Please be seated.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honoured to offer some preliminary remarks to open the Aban Tribunal. 2 years ago, on the 15th of November 2019, following a sudden spike in fuel prices, protests broke out across the Islamic Republic of Iran. The peaceful protests were apparently met with brutality and violence. In the days that followed, amid a total internet shutdown, many protesters were killed, injured, or detained. Reports suggest that government forces may have used lethal force against civilians across 15 provinces and 39 cities over the course of 5 days, killing up to 1,500 people and injuring, detaining, and subsequently executing many more. As is universally accepted, serious international crimes and gross violations of human rights should not remain unpunished. Victims are entitled to accountability, justice, and reparation for crimes committed and harms done. They have an inalienable right to know the truth about violations and to have steps taken to prevent a recurrence of violations. When there are reasonable grounds to suspect such crimes, international law demands that states should conduct inquiries through independent, impartial, and competent truth-seeking modalities. States should take measures to investigate, prosecute, and punish those responsible. Investigations conducted by the UN Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in Iran, the UN Secretary General, and organizations such as Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, Justice for Iran, and Iran Human Rights have provided evidence of the grave human rights violations apparently committed by state forces during these protests and the impunity enjoyed by the perpetrators thus far. Unfortunately, almost 2 years to the day, purportedly pursuant to the Supreme Leader's edict, the Islamic Republic of Iran has taken no steps to initiate criminal proceedings, judicial investigations, or other steps to uncover the truth or bring those responsible to justice. Furthermore, the efforts of victims and members of their families who have sought to uncover the truth of what happened have been frustrated, with some being subjected to reprisals, threats, and further abuses. The Aban Tribunal is an international people's tribunal for the investigation of crimes against humanity and gross violations of human rights in the Islamic Republic of Iran regarding these alleged violations. Having been established at the initiation of 3 civil society organizations, Justice for Iran, Iran Human Rights Center, and Together Against the Death Penalty, in response to the requests of victims and families of the victims, the Aban Tribunal consists of independent and impartial jurists who will investigate these events to reveal the truth and to determine where the responsibility lies in light of general principles of law and human conscience, with the aim of ending impunity and seeking redress for the victims. This has been made necessary due to the failure of both the Islamic Republic of Iran and international justice to provide the victims of these events with any established institutional procedure in which the facts may be assessed and their suffering acknowledged. With the aim of ending impunity for the perpetrators of crimes and thus to contribute to the prevention of such crimes and to guarantee lasting respect for and the enforcement of international justice, People's Tribunals are formed of citizens and make decisions about human rights issues that have not been and are not being dealt with by formal national or international judicial or similar bodies. In this regard, the Aban Tribunal aims to follow in the tradition that commenced with the Russell Tribunal, that also stepped in to assess America's role in crimes and violations during the Vietnam War that otherwise would have been ignored. The primary aim of the Aban Tribunal is therefore to reveal the truth and to determine where the responsibility lies in light of the principles of law, human conscience and justice. It goes beyond the assessment of individual responsibility in order to assess the responsibility of the Islamic Republic of Iran and any of their agents in order to generate truth, historical memory and moral reparation for harms done. A fundamental aspect of People's Tribunals, and which underpins the work of the Aban Tribunal, are their commitment to independence and to hearing and reviewing evidence from all possible sides. Despite giving the opportunity to the Islamic Republic of Iran to present its own evidence before this tribunal, no response was received. This will not deter the Aban Tribunal from its work. To the contrary, it underscores the importance for the tribunal to proceed with its work and scrutinize the evidence presented by the victims so that the victims and members of their families and the public of Iran can, for the first time, have access to an independent record of what transpired. Over the next 5 days, the panel will hold oral hearings modelled pursuant to international standards of fairness and due process of law, in which the evidence related to the events of November 2019 will be presented. Following receipt of that evidence and argument, the panel will engage in deliberations and issue a judgment of its findings concerning the alleged violations of human rights and crimes under international law committed by the Islamic Republic of Iranian forces and or others during the November 2019 protests. As will be clear, the tribunal as a people's initiative has no legal power to enforce its judgment. It nonetheless carries the moral authority to demand enforcement of the law, of the rule of law, by the international community and national governments. Any findings we make as a result of this process will be consistent with universal principles of justice, protection and enforcement of the rule of law, public acknowledgement of the rights of victims and respect for the rights of persons, groups or governments the tribunal may identify as bearing responsibility for the acts under consideration. Now I have the honour to introduce you to the members of the tribunal very briefly. Elham Saudi, international human rights lawyer, co-founder and director of Lawyers.
Speak closer to the microphone, I can't hear you.
Let me start that again, I couldn't be heard. Elham Saudi, international human rights lawyer, co-founder and director of Lawyers for Justice in Libya, member of the Libyan Political Dialogue Forum, the UN-led political process, and former associate fellow in the Middle East and North Africa and international law programs at Chatham House. Dr. Carla Festman, Professor, School of Law, University of Essex, an expert in human rights law and international criminal law. Justice Zak Yacoub, former Justice of the South African Constitutional Court. Colleen Rohan, Defence Counsel and expert in criminal defence litigation in both domestic and international courts, including in the representation of members of the military and private clients in cases involving genocide, terrorism, war crimes and crimes against humanity. Noura Shabani Kadyusanka, woman's human rights advocate and founder of Indonesia Legal Aid Association for Women, prosecutor of the Women's International War Crimes Tribunal on Japan's military sexual slavery, and organizer of the People's Tribunal on Indonesia. And finally, myself, Wayne Jordash, QC, international human rights and criminal lawyer and managing partner of Global Rights Compliance. We are all honored to be here, and we hope to serve the people of Iran. Allow me to close my remarks by expressing a deep sense of gratitude to all those who have made this day and these hearings possible. First, the organizers of the Aban Tribunal, Justice for Iran, Iran Human Rights, and Together Against the Death Penalty, who have worked with victims, families, as well as with insiders and detainees on death row to secure testimony and participation in the tribunal. Second, those whose lives have been touched in any way or deeply affected by these events. The Aban Tribunal was born out of your volition, and your suffering inspires this tribunal. On behalf of the panel, I thank you for the trust you have placed in the tribunal, for the support that you provide, and for your commitment to our shared values and challenges. Now, let me turn to Counsel, Mr. Sabi. I understand the order of the day is as follows. Firstly, you will address the tribunal on jurisdiction and remit. We will then hear the first witness of the day, who I understand is an expert witness, Mariam Foumani, who will address us about the methodology of your investigation, and then we will hear fact-based witnesses for the rest of the day.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Perhaps then we can turn to our first address from yourselves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished members of the Tribunal. And my name is Hamid Sabi, and together with my colleagues, Dr. Regina Paulus and Druri Daik, we present the Council's opening for this case. First, two matters of order. Would you all please switch off all your telephones to make sure that it doesn't disrupt the proceedings? Secondly, many invitations have been sent to the Government of Islamic Republic of Iran through its ambassador in London and previously the ambassador in The Hague. Letters had been sent to 133 named accused. None of them had responded. None of the letters had been returned, so they must have received it. Is anybody here represents the Islamic Republic of Iran or any official in the Iranian state? No. So we can proceed. First, my colleague, Dr. Regina Paulus, will address the tribunal on the jurisdictional issues.
Esteemed members of the panel, members of the audience, and to the civil society of Iran. In 2006, a United Nations study conducted by the UN Commission on Human Rights concluded that the right to truth about gross human rights violations and serious violations of human rights law is considered an unalienable and autonomous right. It is a right that is linked to the state's duty and obligation to protect and promote human rights, to conduct effective investigations and guarantee effective remedy and reparations. The United Nations concluded that this right is closely linked with other rights and has both an individual and societal dimension and should be considered as non-derogable right and not be subject to limitations. Unfortunately, the status quo shows that states have seemingly neglected the right to truth. We see this when we see a lack of access to justice, and we see this where there is rampant impunity. In some instances, there are national courts, international courts, regional mechanisms, and state-sponsored truth commissions that are set up. And according to the UN, these are good examples of mechanisms which can promote and protect the right to truth. However, there is another mechanism, often overlooked and just as powerful. Over the next 5 days, this tribunal will be examining the right to truth through the vehicle of a People's Tribunal. People's Tribunals were created to look at situations where atrocities are committed and the state and its institutions purposefully or negligently fail to address these atrocities. Most of these atrocities fall within the realm of international criminal law, genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. There are, of course, People's Tribunals which focus on the environment and other pressing societal ills. People's Tribunals are not set up or created by a state in almost all known cases. They are created by a coalition of the willing, who are usually victims and survivors of these atrocities. It is said that the first documented People's Tribunal was the Russell Tribunal, where a panel of philosophers and activists convened to look at the US role in Vietnam. From there, many People's Tribunals have taken place. There are 3 notable categories of tribunals. The first type, which most people may be familiar with, are Russell Tribunals, named after Bertrand Russell. The second type are the permanent People's Tribunals, which were founded by Italian Senator Leo Basio. And the final type are independent People's Tribunals, where the format and the way in which they are convened are unique to a specific question and are organized by committees, oftentimes composed of victims, survivors, and their allies. The Aban Tribunal falls within this third category. It is an independent People's Tribunal. It was set up by 3 NGOs, Justice for Iran, Iran Human Rights, and Together Against the Death Penalty, in response to the many calls of victims and the families of victims who witnessed the events or were injured or killed during the demonstrations that took place in November 2019 in Iran. The tribunal announced its intention and began working on November 14, 2020, inviting witnesses and interested parties to provide evidence to the tribunal. In a short period of time, over 250 calls were received, mostly from inside Iran, offering to provide documents and witness statements. The investigation team working with counsel contacted every brave caller, and the result is over 100 witness statements and a wealth of documents, pictures, and video footage that will be presented to the tribunal panel during the course of these hearings. The specific question before this panel is whether crimes against humanity were committed during November 2019, Aban 1398 in the Persian calendar, by the Islamic Republic of Iran, its agents, officials against its civilian population. Counsel's task during this hearing is to answer whether this happened beyond a reasonable doubt per the tribunal statute. I would like to close with a response to a question that may linger in the minds of many who will listen to these hearings. Does this panel have the authority to act? The answer is a resounding yes. The mandate for this tribunal is created by the victims and survivors of the atrocities who have the highest of all moral authority and has asked you to act. As stated in the Women's International War Crimes Tribunal for the trial of Japan's military sexual slavery report, People's Tribunals are legitimate because the victims, survivors, make it so. To ignore such conduct is to invite its repetition and sustain a culture of impunity. The Aban Tribunal, your participation, and your final report is a signal to all perpetrators in Iran that while they may manipulate the right to truth in their national legal systems and the international systems in order to never see the light of day in a jail cell, this independent People's Tribunal offers a different reality, that the right to truth is something tangible, deserved, and well within reach for the many victims and survivors of Aban 1398. Victims, survivors, and citizens of the world will now watch as the fragrant blanket of impunity is yanked from the perpetrators of these horrible acts, as witness after witness will come forward to discuss the events that took place in November 2019. As the Women's International War Crimes Tribunal concluded, we are here to put wrong on the scaffold and truth on the throne. Mr. Sabi.
Thank you very much, Dr. Paulos. May I begin with a brief historical background. The Islamic Republic of Iran is a theocracy riddled with corruption, long-standing culture of absolute impunity, an extensive and well-documented record of gross human rights violations. Since its establishment in February 1979, the Islamic Republic of Iran has ranked highest in the number of executions per capita, at the top of league for abuse of human rights, censorship, corruption, and absolute impunity. The Islamic Republic has been sanctioned by the United States and the European Union for its support for terrorism. Its leadership are wanted criminals charged with murder and crimes against humanity by a court in Berlin on murder of Sadegh Sharafkandi, a Kurdish leader, at the Mykonos restaurant, and by a Swiss tribunal on murder of Kazem Rajavi, and by another people's tribunal, Iran Tribunal, which held its proceedings in 2012. Most recently, a court in Stockholm is trying one of the members of the regime, Hamid Nouri, who was involved in the massacre of political prisoners in 1987, and he was a named perpetrator in Iran Tribunal's proceedings. He's charged with crimes against humanity and war crimes. The present president, Ebrahim Raisi, is a sanctioned person and is listed among the perpetrators of massacre of political prisoners in 1980s by the Iran Tribunal. Not only he does not deny his crime, but embraces it as a badge of honor. The power in the Islamic Republic is centralized in the hands of one person, the leader, and the present holder of the title being Ali Khamenei, who has been the leader since 1989 when Khomeini died. As will be submitted in the expert testimony of Shadi Sadr and Mohammad Nayeri, the leader controls all instruments of power and suppression. As commander-in-chief, the military, revolutionary guards, the militia or Basij, and all security apparatus directly report to the leader and take instructions from him. He also controls the judiciary by appointing the head of the judiciary and judges. Additionally, he controls a body called Council of Guardians, which plays an important role in vetting the qualifications of candidates for all those so-called elected offices, including the president, members of the parliament, and the local governments. Any utterance of opposition or any criticism of the regime or the leader, no matter how slight, will result in disqualification for holding elected office. The leader and his office are beneficiary of massive corruption that has gripped the country. Ali Khamenei was reported as one of the richest men in the world by Forbes, with an estimated fortune of $95 billion. While there is no similar report for other members of the government, including Raisi, it's assumed that they're all dollar billionaires, while the majority of Iranians are on breadline or below it. Iran has faced international sanctions soon after its establishment. In the establishment of the Islamic Republic in 1979, following the attack on the US Embassy and taking 52 US diplomats as hostage. It then faced an 8-year unwinnable war with Iraq from 1980 to 1988, leaving over 1 million young Iranians dead in the killing fields. In the summer of 1988, the regime committed its worst atrocity, killing thousands of young political prisoners in all the prisons across the country, a matter that was investigated by Iran Tribunal and other People's Tribunal, condemning the Islamic Republic for crimes against humanity in its final judgment. Thousands of young, innocent prisoners whose only crime was opposing the oppressive regime of mullahs, most of them having served excessive prison terms imposed upon them after a few minutes' trial, were then brought before a committee, nicknamed as Death Committee, and murdered by the express fatwa of the leader. Their bodies were dumped in mass graves. Over the last 42 years that this regime has been in power, in spite of murders, tortures, gross violations of human rights, sexual abuse, and brazen embezzlement of public funds, not a single member of the ruling clique has faced prosecution or trial. Only in one incident, a prosecutor murdering young protesters by torture was prosecuted and tried. And that was only because the father of one of the victims was a friend of the leader. Even then, the murderer, named Saeed Mortazavi, was condemned to a criminal fine of equivalent of a few dollars. He continued to hold important government offices. I now briefly refer to the facts of this case that also was mentioned by the Chair's opening statement. On 15 November, pursuant to a proposal by the Economic High Council and approval of the heads of three powers, which is judiciary, executive, and legislative branches of the government, the price of petrol was increased threefold. To avoid run on petrol stations and hoarding of the fuel, the news of this massive increase was kept secret and only announced late in the evening of Friday, 15th November. Fridays are a weekend in Iran. Iran has one of the largest reserves of hydrocarbon resources in the world, an exporter of crude oil and gas, hydrocarbon derivatives, and a member of OPEC. Naturally, Iranians enjoyed a cheaper petrol price compared with other countries. With the mismanagement of the economy, rampant corruption, and other ills that the Islamic Republic had brought upon this rich country, Iran's economy, notwithstanding its massive natural resources, has always been on the verge of collapse since establishment of this regime. The international sanctions that have been imposed had added on Iran's problems and the severity of economic problems. Cheap petrol provided a limited competitive edge, and many small businesses modeled their activity on the use of cheap petrol for transport. The sudden and massive increase in the price of petrol threatened to destroy many livelihoods, especially among small businesses and self-employed working class. Thus, the next day, being Saturday, 16th November, saw a massive and spontaneous reaction across the country in protest against this increase of price of petrol. The protests were across the country in more than 40 cities and almost all the provinces. Protesters were peaceful. The only thing they did was block the roads and access to petrol stations with their cars, and some demonstrated through the streets, calling for the cancellation of the rise in the petrol prices. While the regime made some preparation for the possible reaction by people, the scale and breadth of demonstration and the protest was beyond expectation and security resources of the country. The president, or the then president, Hassan Rouhani, claimed on Saturday, 16th November, that he was not aware of the decision, and he was also surprised. A blatant lie. Some members of the parliament suggested to call emergency meeting of the parliament with a view to reverse the decision. According to an interview with Abdulreza Rahmani Fazli, the then Minister of Interior, with Khabar Online on 27th November 2019, an emergency meeting of the High National Security Council was called. The proceedings of High National Security Council are highly confidential. However, bearing in mind that important issues, most probably the meeting was attended by the leader, the president, and high-ranking military and judicial members of the government. It became clear from the events that followed, and as the record before the tribunal will demonstrate, that important decisions were taken to suppress the protests. These were the decision to increase the price of petrol is irreversible, and the government will not make a U-turn on that. Secondly, demonstrators shall be crushed by all available means, including the use of lethal force. And finally, the country's internet system shall be closed down until the disturbances are quelled. It is the Council's submission that none of these decisions would have been made without the express or tacit agreement of the leader. And as you will hear from our expert witnesses, it is a requirement for the proposals of the National Security Council to be ratified by the leader before it's executed. The testimony of the witnesses that will be called by Council will establish a uniform and systematic pattern of increased violence from the afternoon of Saturday, 16 November, and the use of lethal weapon by security forces. Hundreds, maybe thousands, were killed. Thousands injured, and a huge number of demonstrators were arrested. The Council will not indulge in the game of statistics. The government has not produced any proper report as to the number of those killed, injured, or arrested. Different groups had provided estimates, which can be relied upon solely for stating that the real numbers are substantially higher. What is not in dispute, and even Islamic Republic agrees, that people were killed, injured, and arrested. Exact numbers of those killed are relevant for grasping the magnitude of these atrocities. What is, however, relevant to the tribunal's inquiry is that every single death and every single injury and every single arrest is a tragedy. Each one of them is sufficient to establish the responsibility of the authorities and the attribution of the crimes to the Islamic Republic of Iran. Council alleges that each of these acts is the perpetration of crimes against humanity. In order to prove that crimes against humanity have taken place, Council must prove the physical, contextual, and mental elements of the crime. Council submits that acts of murder, imprisonment, torture, and enforced disappearance, as will be proven by testimony of witnesses, satisfies the requirement of all the elements of the crimes against humanity under the customary international law, Rome Statute, and the statutes of this tribunal. Council further submits that acts of violence by the state agents were widespread, systematic, against the civilian population, and in furtherance of the state policy. The brave witnesses that you will hear in the next 5 days will testify that in addition to the police forces, the government deployed the Revolutionary Guards, the militia or the Basij, and the plainclothes officers. That the Revolutionary Court and Basij used lethal force indiscriminately, shooting to kill, mostly aiming at head and chest of the demonstrators. The shotguns, Kalashnikovs, G3 assault rifles, handguns, and other military-grade weapons were used against the demonstrators, in addition to the usual crowd control devices such as tear gas, water cannon, and the like. The witnesses will further establish that the plainclothes officers were agitating the crowd, setting fire to the banks and petrol stations to justify the harsh reaction by the security forces. That the demonstrators were largely peaceful groups and unarmed, consisted of ordinary citizens, some with their young family members and children. Some passerbys were shot without being part of the demonstrators. The witnesses will further prove that there had been rare occasions when demonstrators resorted to violence, throwing stones and projectiles at police, setting fire on police stations and military vehicles. These were either defensive or in response to the extreme violence employed by the security forces. The shotguns were randomly fired at the crowd, mostly towards head and torso, from a short distance, causing serious injuries, death, blindness. There were marksmen at the top of government buildings and other high points, shooting targeted members of the crowd with intent to kill. Those who were shot or injured had to be taken out of the melee by friends and other demonstrators to hospital, as the police had stopped ambulances getting to the scene. Some of the witnesses will testify how they helped in getting victims to the hospital. The security forces arrested whoever was shot or injured and then refused them to have any treatment. They all suffered terribly. Those who were injured were taken to hospital, were also later arrested by security forces. Those who had lighter injuries or having pellets of shotguns in their bodies avoided going to hospitals for fear of being arrested. The witnesses will further testify that the authorities refused to hand over the bodies of victims to their families or provide assistance in discovering the whereabouts of their loved ones. In some cases, the authorities demanded ransom for releasing bodies to the grieving families. The families had to search for hours, sometimes days, to find where the body of their loved one was kept. Then to be harassed by the forces, being threatened by plainclothes officers, forbidding them to hold a funeral or even bury their loved ones in their own town cemetery. Some were forced to make burial in another city and in the middle of the night. The families of victims had continued to suffer up to this stage. Threats and attacks of the security forces and Ministry of Information had not stopped. They were not allowed to hold memorials, rituals, or any other remembrance of their loved ones' death. Members of the families were arrested and being insulted. Some were tortured for speaking out about the events. Those who were arrested were refused any medical help for their injuries, kept in terrible conditions without proper food and sanitary facilities for days, tortured, waterboarded, and some were raped. Those who filed complaints to relevant authorities for loss of their loved ones or violence against them did not receive any satisfaction. The list continues. It covers every inhuman and degrading treatment that could have been inflicted on the people whose only crime was complaining about the sudden increase in the cost of petrol. The Islamic Republic proudly recites its legitimacy in street demonstrations, or what we call in Persian, Rah Peymayi. During 1978 and 1978, it was these street demonstrations that caused the overthrow of the monarchy and establishment of the Islamic Republic in February 1979. At the preamble of the Constitution of the Islamic Republic, it's mentioned, and I quote, "In continuing and perpetuating the movement of the people, all institutions of the country took active part in collapsing the dictatorial regime by staging massive strikes and street demonstrations, or راهپیمایی. This was incorporated in Article 27 of the Constitution under the heading of the rights of the nation. And I quote, Article 27, "It is allowed to hold assemblies and marches," this is راهپیمایی, "without carrying arms, provided it does not violate the essentials of Islam." So the only restriction is that the activity does not violate the essentials of Islam. Unless a fatwa is issued that protesting against the increase of price of petrol violates the essentials of Islam, then ordinary citizens were simply exercising their constitutional rights to hold a peaceful, unarmed demonstration protesting about the economic hardship that they were suffering. To suppress this demonstration, exercising constitutional rights, is a crime against humanity. Now, what is the response by the regime of Islamic Republic of Iran to the people who had suffered as a result of this suppression? Although initially the authorities showed some sympathy for the demonstrators, but as the event unfolded during Saturday, 16th of November, the tone started to change. Officially, the demonstrators were branded as اغتشاشگر or آشوبگرد, rioters and troublemakers. State-controlled media did not show any scenes of violence by security forces, shooting and injuring the demonstrators. Instead, they repeatedly broadcast a few scenes of setting fire to police stations, cars, and petrol stations. In Shahr Quds, near Tehran, a group of people broke into the city hall and in front of cameras broke and destroyed office equipment and computers. This clip was reportedly relied upon by government ministers, including the Interior Minister, to justify the extreme violence employed by the security forces. According to the witnesses, which you will hear in the next few days, most of the violent actions that they had witnessed was created and incited by plainclothes officers and agents provocateurs. Both Khamenei, the leader, and Hassan Rouhani, the then president, condemned the violence by rioters and asked for their punishment. In an interview with IRNA, an official state media, on 4th December, Rouhani claimed that the bullets fired at the demonstrators was not standard issue for the Revolutionary Guard or Basij. He also recommended to the judiciary to release demonstrators who have committed petty offenses, such as shouting slogans or setting fire to tires, but deal seriously with the rioters. Ebrahim Raisi, head of judiciary at the time, in an interview with ISNA, again in state official media, on 25th November 2019, confirmed that the rioters will face full force of justice, but those with the lesser crimes will be released. Leila Wasiqi, the governor of Shahr Quds, confirmed that she has ordered the use of lethal force against the demonstrators. Abdulreza Rahmani Fazli, Minister of Interior at the time, in an interview on 27th November, accused foreign enemies of fanning violence. He also confirmed that the National Security Council, with participation of cabinet members, head of armed forces, and state media, have dealt with the security aspects of these disturbances. Sorry. Admiral Sayari, General Hossein Habibi, these are IRGC, Islamic Republic Revolutionary Guards Forces of Shahr Quds, Colonel Wahid Fakhreddin, IRGC of Gorgon, Colonel Yadullah Soleimani, IRGC of Baharistan, all praised the security forces for suppressing the rioters and recommended maximum punishment for the rioters. Hossein Taeb, head of intelligence of IRGC, warned the Western countries and their agents in Iran that IRGC will not sit idly by and watch them creating disturbances. If they create problems, they have to face the strong reaction of the security forces. Taeb added that these will bring the end of Zionist state earlier. If you can relate it, that would be interesting. Suffice to say that the relevant authorities, provincial governors, prosecutors, military commanders, and the like, condemned the demonstrators by calling them ihtishashgar, or rioters, and asking for maximum punishment. And this tribunal is unique in the sense that not only it's within 2 years from the event, but the majority of our witnesses who have suffered in the hands of this regime have braved the restrictions that are imposed by the Islamic Republic and volunteered to give evidence to this tribunal from Iran. This is a rare and unusual occasion. It hasn't happened in other people's tribunal that I've experienced. The Council had advised all the witnesses who reside in Iran to ensure that in the course of giving evidence, their name and identity would remain confidential. But some have insisted to do so using their full name and details. Those who have agreed to remain anonymous have provided the Council with the details of their identity and whereabouts, which has been kept confidential by a member of the Council team. As you will hear from our next witness, Maryam Foumani, each and every witness statement had been verified and controlled by the Council team. The hearings of this tribunal is public and will be broadcast live and published on social networks. Thus, it is accessible to the authorities in Iran. Knowing the vengeful nature of this regime, it would not be beyond their means or reach not to start a witch hunt and create further problems for our witnesses. By accepting to help this tribunal with their evidence, our witnesses have accepted a heavy cost to themselves and their family members to make their statements public. We do hope that the tribunal rewards them for their bravery and sense of justice. I thank you all for your patience. Next, my colleague, Druri Dyke, will present the Council case against the accused. Mr. Chairman, bearing that Mr. Dyke's presentation will be more than 1 hour, would it be the appropriate time to call for a break?
What's your preference?
We'll have a break first.
Okay, thank you. So we'll break for 15 minutes and then be back for 10:40, please.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Dyke, over to you, please.
Thank you so much, Wayne and members of the panel. That's not too loud, is it? Closer. This will be perhaps the single most boring part of your day, I'm afraid. Council set the scene of what took place in November 2019, and indeed an overall picture of what the structure and the kind of truth of the Iranian situation is. My role is simply to state the names loudly and to reiterate some things that you've already said, that Hamid has already said, Council has already said, in respect to participation at this event. We feel that saying the names of those that we consider responsible for these acts has an important emotional function for those in Iran who may be watching, listening today. And it's for that reason I'm going to review the names, the functions, the roles of people who had those roles in November 2019, not necessarily now. Of course, Hamid and others have mentioned that some of these people have changed. All the names that I will be citing will be the positions that they had in November 2019 in Aban 1398. I will reiterate a couple things, again, for the purposes of this process, of saying their names again. And it's the fact that what we're trying to do here is discover the truth about the events in November 2019. And that's why we reached out, Council reached out to try to engage the officials concerned and writing directly to those individuals. And as you've said, panel said, Wayne Jorash has said, that they have not provided any response. And indeed, there's been follow-up letters, the last on the 18th of October. It's just important that we wanted their voices to be heard, just as we want other voices to be heard in the process of the next couple of days. In setting out the names who we believe have a case to answer, I will proceed on a geographic basis, from national leaders to provincial and then county and other local leaders in an alphabetical order of the province and where relevant county or district of where they came from, according to its English spelling. So for all those looking for a Persian ordering of this process, I'm sorry, I'm not going to give it to you. However, don't let that mask the national character of what took place. Clockwise from northwest, from East Azerbaijan, across to the north to Alborz, Tehran and Golestan, from the south-central Kerman and Fars, swinging back up to Bushehr, Khuzestan, Chahar Mahal, Bakhtiar in the southwest, to Kermanshah, Kurdistan, and the centrally located Isfahan. This was a nationwide human rights crisis. Those who I'll name today were deployed in 12 of Iran's 31 provinces. In one, Khuzestan, there are officials from 6 of its districts or counties, Shahristan. From Tehran province, from 4. From most, 1 or 2. From southwestern Bushehr province, only 1 province-level official is identified. Now, for reasons of comprehension, mainly for the members of the panel, I'm going to be using Persian names. This is not meant to ignore or denigrate or deny the existence of place and people's names used by Arab, Azerbaijan, Turkmen, Turkic, Baluchi, Kurdish, or other communities. This is only to simplify the task of the panel, so they're just dealing with one name. So my apologies to all my friends from those communities. Council's touched on 1 or 2 issues. I want to touch on them again. 2 features will come up in this process over and over again that emerge from the evidence. First is the primacy and the role and the function of the Supreme Leader and his office in setting policy direction. And secondly, its reach. And by that I mean its command responsibility. It proceeds from the national to the local, where provincial, county or district, Shahristan and local officials implement instructions handed down from the very top. In this regard, in the rather boring set of names that I'm about to say, panel will recognize a pattern, a clear pattern as we proceed through the provinces. I will often name provincial or county officials by way of a group: the governor, police, IRGC, the commander, and maybe the Public and Revolutionary Court prosecutor. Why is that? It's because each one of those officials in their respective branches of the nizam, of the system, are members of, and this has already been foreshadowed, the Shuraya Ta'min Ostan, or the Provincial Security Council, the PSC. And through each of these structures, each of them share joint command responsibility. Now, again, it's been touched on before, but I'm going to say it again. The legal authority and command responsibility of the Provincial Security Councils flows from Article 176 of Iran's constitution. It states that the Supreme Council of National Security, Shuraya Ali Amniyat Mali, will be, and I quote, established to secure national interests, preservation of the Islamic Revolution, national sovereignty, territorial integrity of the Islamic Republic, and that it will be presided over by the President. The law goes on to set out its, the article goes on to set out its composition and provides for sub-councils. Now, the most important, for the purposes that we're here today, the core is the National Security Council. Again, we've talked about this before. The Shuraya Amniyat Mali, again, presided over by the President, but in practice at the time of November 2019, the President used his prerogative to appoint a representative, the Minister of the Interior. Its composition as well includes all parts of the nizam, of the order, including security service, judiciary, and so on. That collective function will come back to over and over and over again. And again, that model is replicated at the provincial level and at the county level. The law on the establishment of the responsibilities of the country's Security Council, it's the name of the law, crystallizes this command responsibility in the chain which forms a core component of Council's contention. Simply, it is this, that the order to use lethal force proceeds from the Ministry of the Interior to the provincial governor, who in turn transmits it to Shahristan, to the district or county, where the ultimate decisions are made. And it's in this way that that command responsibility moves from the supreme leader at the top to the provincial, to the county, to the local. Now, there's another layer to this command responsibility too. And in a way, it's a constitutional contradiction. And it's that the Article 137 of the Constitution states that each of the ministers is accountable to the President and the Parliament in respect to his duties. The Minister of the Interior, in turn, appoints the provincial governors. They're subject to cabinet approval and they're answerable to him. Yet at the same time, the security structures in which they're operating at a provincial level are under the supervision of the General Staff of the Armed Forces and are accountable to the Supreme Leader, as set out earlier by Council. The Supreme Leader is the Commander-in-Chief or Supreme Commander, even if their deployment and its manner is a function of a provincial decision, collective decision. Now, I'm going to go for the names. So I'm sorry if this will become a bit boring, but we feel it has an important function for people in Iran to know and to hear that us sitting here today will enunciate the names of the people that we believe are responsible and should be held accountable for what happened in Aban 1398. And we'll start with Ali Khamenei, the Supreme Leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran. We have a few pictures from the Faces of Crime website, which I'll ask the tech team to show, if possible. If we could move, there we are. We don't have all of them. These are just a sample that are representative of what's on the website. There'll be about 20 or 30. Ali Khamenei, Article 110 of Iran's constitution sets out his functions and authority. It's to define the general policies of the Islamic Republic after consultation with the State Expediency Council and the supervision and a proper execution of the general policies of the regime. I mean, we touched on his function certainly enough. Next slide, please. Hassan Rouhani, then President of the Islamic Republic of Iran, took part in those decisions in the context of the councils that we've been addressing. As head of the government too, as per Article 137 of the Constitution, as I've said, each of the ministers is accountable to him in respect of their duties. Next slide, please. Ali Shamkhani, also a member, and above all, the Secretary of the Supreme National Security, and likewise played a role in the context of the Security Council. Shurای Amniyat Keshvar. Next slide, please. Ibrahim Raisi, now the President, then the Judiciary, responsible for the Judiciary. I just want to linger on him just for a second. As the head of the judiciary, he's responsible for the procedures of lawful arrest of individuals. Similarly, if they are to be charged, he's responsible for the conduct of the trials which follow. The scope and scale of the arbitrary arrests and his failure to act on international opprobrium and concern expressed regarding the scope and scale and the magnitude of those arrests are represent and constitute one of the acts of which we hold him responsible. Next slide, please. Abdulreza Rahmani Fazli, again, Council's already touched on him, member of the Ministry of the Interior at the time and a member of the Supreme National Security Council. Saeed Mahmoud Alavi, next slide, please. Then Minister of Intelligence, whose own role, despite its cabinet position, is de facto carried out in consultation with the Supreme Leader's Office, carries a joint shared responsibility for the killing and detaining of protesters during the November 2019 demonstrations. Next slide, please. Hossein Ashtari, Commander-in-Chief of the Police Forces from March 2015 to the present. Next slide. Hossein Salami, Commander-in-Chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Hossein Tayyib, next slide please, head of the IRGC's own intelligence organization. Worth bearing in mind that the IRGC's intelligence organization maintains their own detention centers, they have power of arrest, and they themselves undertake these arrests. And in the coming days, you'll see how those were arbitrary. We've gone Hossein Tayyib. Habibullah Sayari, head of the Joint Staff of the Islamic Republic. Next slide. Gholam Reza Soleimani, head of the Basij organization, a subsidiary organ of the IRGC. Its plain-clothed personnel took part in some of the most egregious acts during the unrest, notably by use of firearms and shooting at the heads and at the torsos of the demonstrators, as Council has already touched on. Mojtaba Zolnuri, we have this photo. As parliamentary representative on the National Security Council, he shows that the importance of this individual is the legislative function as being part of the Shurای Amniyat Milli, the National Security Council. Hassani Karami, next slide please. Commander-in-Chief of the Special Units of Iran's Police. And I think this is probably where the slides run out. Habibullah Jan Nasari, oh, we have him. Deputy Head of the Special Units and the last of the, or penultimate of the national figures before we get on to the provinces. And finally, with regard to the national figures, Mohammed Pakpour, Commander-in-Chief of the IRGC's ground forces. Now, before moving to the provinces, I just want to reiterate something that that Council has already touched on, and that's the role that these individuals collectively had in the shutting down, the cutting off of the internet. And that evidence will show that some of the at least 304 that had been confirmed as having been killed, this is the figures used that Amnesty International researched, more than 220 of these took place within 48 hours of the internet shutdown. So that is a collective responsibility at that level. Now we move to the provinces in alphabetical order in English. Alborz. Azizullah Shahbazi, the governor. Abbas Ali Mohammedian, commander-in-chief of the police forces. Said Yusuf Molai, commander of the IRGC forces. Jahan Shah Zainuddini, commander of the special police forces. In Fardis County of Alborz province, Abul Fazl Inanlu, governor. Ehsan Alizadeh, commander of IRGC forces. Bijan Janati, police commander in Fardis. Hossein Jahan Shahlu, public and revolutionary prosecutor of Fardis. In respect to Karaj County of Alborz province, Ghafur Qasimpur, governor. Mohammed Muazzami Gudarzi, commander of the police forces. Haji Reza Shahkarami, public and revolutionary prosecutor. Majid Zanjani, commander of IRGC and Basij forces in the city of Karaj. Mehdi Khairpur, commander of Basij forces, the Basij base in the Abu Zar Mosque in Karaj. In respect to Bushehr province, Abbas Jamshidi, provincial governor. Ali Razmju, commander of the Imam Sadiq Corps in Bushehr. Khalil Vaizi, commander of the police forces. Ali Hassanpur, public and revolutionary prosecutor. In Chahar Mahal Bakhtiari province, Reza Nasiri, commander of Naja forces, special units in Chahar, special forces. Ali Muhammad Akbari, commander of the Qamar Bani Hashim Corps in the province. This is the Qamar Bani Hashim is almost like a provincial-based IRGC force. In Shahri-Khord County of the province, Abdul Ali Arjang, governor of Shahri-Khord. Ali Sepah Vans, commander of the police forces. Abdul Reza Ali Mohammadi, public and revolutionary prosecutor. Moving to East Azerbaijan province, Mohammad Masroor, commander of Naja special units. Abedin Khorram, commander of the Ashura Corps in East Azerbaijan. Hossein Abdi Fatabadi, commander of the police forces. In Tabriz County of East Azerbaijan province, Behruz Mahdavi, governor. Babak Mahbub Alilu, public and revolutionary prosecutor. In Isfahan province had the 6th highest number of those killed, citing Amnesty's research. Isfahan province, provincial level, Hossein Sistani Mohammedabadi, governor. Mojtaba Fada, commander of IRGC. Mehdi Massoum Begi, commander of the police forces. Ali Isfahani, public and revolutionary prosecutor. In Najafabad County, in the Shahristan of Isfahan, Mujtaba Rai, governor. Hojatullah Safari, commander IRGC. Mohammed Hossein Babakalani, police commander. Ali Zareh, public and revolutionary prosecutor. Again, the model, you'll see the model has emerged that once you get down to the district or county level, it's invariably the local governor, IRGC forces, army if necessary, and this model is repeated over and over again. On to Fars province, the 5th highest number of the people killed, according to Amnesty, with 24. At a provincial level, Enayatullah Rahimi, governor. Saeed Hashim Qiyasi, commander of Fajr forces. In respect to Shiraz County, Mohammad Reza Amiri, the governor. Faraj Shojai, commander of the police forces. Haidar Asiabi, public and revolutionary prosecutor. Mir Jalal Musavi, commander of Naja special units. In Golestan province, only one at the provincial level, Ruh Olamin Qasimi, commander of police forces. In Gorgan County of Golestan province in the northeast, Mohammed Hamidi, governor of Gorgan, Vahid Fakhruddin, commander of IRGC forces, and finally Said Reza Said Hosseini, public and revolutionary prosecutor. In Kerman province at a provincial level, Ali Baba Raini, governor, Abdurreza Naziri, commander of police forces, Dad Khoda Salari, public and revolutionary prosecutor, Mohammed Javad Fadai, former governor of the province. In Sirjan County, in the province of Kerman, Mohammad Mahmoud Abedi, former governor. Just to pause on him for a second, he, like Leila Vaseri, he's another one of those individuals, the governors who went public to say that that he commanded, that there was the order to use lethal force was handed down, and that he asserted that it was to protect life. And yet, the research carried out by Justice for Iran in respect to that location showed that there was no real evidence that protesters were in possession of firearms or that they posed an imminent threat to the life of others, which would have warranted the use of lethal force. Official sources announced that a few protesters were killed and some were injured. Moving on in Sirjan, Mohammed Mohsen Nikvars, public and revolutionary prosecutor, Hossein Bagheri, commander of IRGC, Mohammed Reza Iran Nejad, commander of Sirjan police forces. Kermanshah province, fourth highest number of people killed, according to Amnesty, with 30. At the provincial level, Fazlullah Ranjbar, governor, Bahman Rehani, commander IRGC, Ali Akbar Javidan, commander of the police forces in Kermanshah, Mohammed Hossein Sadeghi, public and revolutionary court prosecutor. Kurdistan province, in the Marivan County, Artikas Iqbal, governor, Mansour Valayi, commander of IRGC, Ali Reza Safari, commander of the police, Sanandaj County of Kurdistan province, Mohammed Ibrahim Zarai, governor, Hossein Askari, commander IRGC, Ali Azadi, police commander, Mohammed Jabari, public and revolutionary prosecutor. Khuzestan province, with the second highest number of those killed at 57 using Amnesty sources. Provincial level, Hassan Shahvarpur, commander IRGC, Ghulam Reza Shariati, governor. Aban County of Khuzestan province, Zainul Abidin Musavi, governor, Farmandar. Shapur Ahmadi, commander IRGC. Saeed Mohsen Taghizadeh, commander of police forces. By the way, we're on 88 of 130. We're almost there. Hamid Maranipur, public and revolutionary prosecutor. Ahvaz County of Khuzestan province, Jamal Alemi Naisi, governor. Mohsen Dalvand, police commander. Abbas Hosseini Puya, public and revolutionary prosecutor. Behbahan County, Yusuf Zamani Asl, governor. Abdullah Khairanpur, commander IRGC. Muhammad Azizi, police commander. Ruhollah Zanzi, public and revolutionary prosecutor. Khorramshahr County, Kurosh Mavedat, governor. Ali Reza Kharadmand, commander IRGC. Hamat Ali Tarakani, police commander. Fakhr Bavi, public and revolutionary prosecutor. Mahshar County, where some of the worst atrocities took place, including the deployment of tanks, I think, as coming days will show. Mohsen Beranvand, governor. Reza Papi, police commander. Mehdi Mohammadi, public and revolutionary prosecutor. Karim Babai, commander IRGC. Shahdagan County, sorry, Said Hajian Saidi, who's the governor of the county. Again, I'm using the Persian term. Sadegh Maniat, IRGC. Iskandar Jamashiani, police commander. Reza Kianirad, police and revolutionary prosecutor. Tehran province, This one is the highest number of those killed, according to the figures researched by Amnesty International, at 130. We've mentioned it a couple of times. I'm going to mention it one more time, that the governor of the district of Shahr-e-Quds, the county, Leila Waseri, whom I will name in a second, she's the one, again, revealed in an interview published on the 22nd of November, that the policy to use lethal force had already been issued at the time that the unrest emerged in the district. According to, in Shahr-e-Quds alone, again using the Amnesty figures, they recorded the names and details of 10 individuals killed between the 15th and the 18th. True figures, Councillor said previously, is believed to be much higher. At a provincial level, Anushirvan Mohseni Bandpay, Tehran County, Esa Farahangi Sartangi, Governor, Ismail Kosari, Deputy Chief Revolutionary Guard, Sarala Headquarters, Hossein Rahimi, Police Commander, Ali Al-Ghasi Mer, Public Revolutionary Prosecutor, Baharistan County of Tehran Province, Mujtaba Khanjani, Governor, Yadullah Soleimani, Commander IRGC, Faramaza Rezai, Police Commander, Gholam Reza Sadeghi, Public Revolutionary Prosecutor, Islam Shah County of Tehran Province, Masood Morsalpur, Governor, Hadi Ilka, Commander IRGC, Mehdi Karami, Police Commander of Islam Shah, Nurullah Tahiri, Governor of Shahryar, Mohsen Khanjali, Commander of the Police Forces. We're almost there, it's at 124. Fayaz Alahyari, Commander IRGC. Hamid Askaripur, Public Revolutionary Prosecutor. Shahr-e-Quds County, Shahristan of Tehran Province. We've mentioned her before, and here she is. Leila Waseri, the Governor. Majid Kaviani, General and Revolutionary Prosecutor. Masood Mokhtari, Mayor of Shahr-e-Quds. Hossein Habibi, and finally Shapur Falahi, Commander of the Police Forces in Shahr-e-Quds. As I say, we wanted to say the names for those in Iran who could be watching, listening, that somebody out there is saying the names, that these people, we hold these people responsible for the acts that took place in Aban, 1398, November 2019. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Daig. We can call now our first witness, Maryam Foumani.
I understand before that one of the panel members has a question.
Okay.
Thank you very much for that very interesting account. I'd like to flag an issue. I don't need the answer now. But mechanically, 12 out of 21 provinces creates the impression that trouble happened in a minority of areas rather than in the entire country. And therefore, information which might help is geographical and historical and political information in relation to the 19 provinces in which nothing happened. Possibly some kind of population statistics, and more importantly, information as to whether we only have evidence in relation to 12 provinces, or are we saying that the trouble in 2019 was limited only to 12 provinces? So speaking for myself, I would like to flag that issue and the case as it really is in relation to the provinces. Thank you very much. I hope that makes some sense. And I don't need the answer now.
Thank you. In the statement of Ms. Shadi Sadr that you will hear on Friday morning, she will provide you with details of the provinces where the disturbances have taken place. And it will cover almost entirely all the provinces in Iran except for 2 or 3. So it's a lot more than the numbers that you have quoted. But you will hear in full and you can raise the questions there on Friday morning when Ms. Saad would give her evidence.
Thank you very much. So let's move to the first witness.
Shall we proceed?
Council first calls Mariam Foumani, who will be discussing the methodology and protocol of obtaining witness statements and evidence to the tribunal.
Before you begin, can you take the oath and repeat after me?
Yeah.
I solemnly declare that I will speak the truth,
I solemnly speak the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Counsel.
Thank you. Ms. Foumani. Ms. Foumani, you're going to be speaking in Persian, correct?
In Persian,
Okay,
yeah.
we're just going to turn this on. And if you would just give us 1 minute and then go ahead and proceed with your statement.
Okay.
Just for tribunal's guidance, Ms. Foumani's statement appears in the supplement at page 414.
من مریم فومانی روزنامه‌نگار
My name is Mariam Foumani. I'm a journalist and researcher with more than 15 years of experience working in the field of human rights, and I am a graduate of Middle East Studies from Trinity Dublin University. As a member of the prosecuting team of the People's Aban Tribunal, and as assistant to Mr. Hamid Sabi, who is one of the prosecutors of this tribunal, I am going to testify. I was responsible for collecting the necessary documentary evidence and its documentation for the People's Aban Tribunal with the assistance of Shima Mehrani. Aban Tribunal from summer of 2020 started collecting documentary evidence and registering the testimonies of those killed and wounded in the protests of Aban 1398, November 2019, as well as the eyewitnesses who saw the events of those protests. At the initial stage, we contacted 40 members of the families of those killed in the protests of November, and also the eyewitnesses who directly witnessed the suppression of those demonstrations by the police and the security officers. They were invited to testify before this tribunal if possible. 20 of them, including 11 persons from the families whose members were killed, and 9 eyewitnesses gave a positive response to this invitation and had their testimony recorded by the prosecuting team of the tribunal. At the second stage, in November 2020, through a general invitation by the People's Aban Tribunal, all the informed persons, eyewitnesses, and families of those killed, arrested, and injured were asked to testify before this tribunal if they so wished, through designated telephone numbers, and we asked them to contact these numbers through WhatsApp or Signal. Following this invitation, also the social networks that we offered to the tribunal. Following this invitation, 255 eyewitnesses, families of these people and of those wounded in the protests of November, reported their willingness to testify before the tribunal. Thus, a total of 275 persons volunteered to testify before the Aban Tribunal as eyewitnesses, as well as family members of those killed and wounded in the November protests. The methodology adopted by the prosecuting team was that after receipt of every message, the persons contacting the tribunal were asked to send a summary of what they wish to testify, together with the documentary evidence in support of their testimony. This method was observed with respect to all messages received, and all of them were almost responded to. Likewise, all witnesses were asked to record, if they so wished, their full testimony in the form of a detailed telephone conversation conducted by the prosecution team. 165 persons positively responded to this invitation to a detailed interview, and their testimonies were recorded in meetings lasting between 30 minutes and 3 hours. All those testimonies, after being verified and writing it in the format of an integrated narrative, were translated into English language and were made available to the tribunal's judges. 110 of those who had volunteered at the initial stage to testify stated subsequently that they wished to participate in the tribunal's process only to the extent of the summary of their testimony or the dispatch of the documentary evidence in their possession. Some of them also, because of the security pressures that they had, stated later on that they were not possible for them to continue with the process, and some of them, they had personal problems, illnesses, etc., and that could not participate anymore, and because of the suffering that they had endured during the protest. Therefore, out of 165 of the witnesses of this tribunal, we were able to record detailed interviews of 135, and the 135 were men and 30 were women. 22 of these witnesses were the relatives and families of those killed in November, and 5 of them are from the families of the wounded persons. And 138 of them are eyewitnesses who directly witnessed the events of November 2019. Of the 138 eyewitnesses, 31 of them were those arrested in November protests, and some of them were arrested and were released afterwards from prison on bail and are waiting court judgment. Some of them could go back again to prison. Some of them were furloughed from prison, and those who were brave enough to give us their testimony even during the short furlough. 41 of these people were directly eyewitnesses to the killing of one or more persons in the demonstrations. The scenes which are extremely painful, and some of it we will see in the days to come. 59 of these eyewitnesses have suffered during the protests. They were wounded, they were injured, some of which were really serious, which resulted in their sensory disability or blindness or physical disabilities, which makes normal life for them impossible. 8 of the witnesses who testified to this tribunal are those who, because of their jobs, had knowledge of some of the decisions made to encounter the protesters. And some of these knowledgeable witnesses were also privy to the decisions which were taken to encounter the protesters. For example, an airport employee, an official, Khatam al-Anbiya of the Revolutionary Corps, etc. These are witnesses of this tribunal, and also 2 physicians who were either in the private home or the hospital and who were treating the wounded people who could not go to the hospitals, and also one newspaper reporter and one person who had knowledge of the decision made by the Security Council of one of the provinces. And these are all among the informed persons who have testified before the Aban Tribunal. The verification of these testimonies was one of the important responsibilities of the prosecuting team. And in order to verify the testimonies, we had different methods. For example, what was said in the testimony was matched with the videos, with the pictures, and with the news which had been received from the same protests in the same cities. And we matched them to see if they reconcile verified. And also we had another method. We had witnesses, a few witnesses who would testify about a single event, and it was another method to verify them, and we tried to reconcile them with the news which was also published by reputable human rights organizations. With regard to the testimony about the type of the weapons which were used by the security forces, we also consulted weapons experts in order to verify their testimony, and also the other method that we had was to identify the locations where the shootings had happened, and also we used the same experts to verify that. On the other hand, there were other witnesses who sent us documents that would confirm what they had said. For example, images from the protests in different cities, and we also verified the videos and photographs to see if they really pertain to the same testimony. Those who had been injured or wounded, they also sent us pictures of their wounded or injured bodies. They would send us radiology images which shows the bullets are still in their bodies or were in their bodies at that time. They sent us reports from the forensic medicine or the hospitals, and all of these ensured and ascertained it for us that what they were saying was true. For example, other families who were testifying about those who were killed during the protests of Aban, they sent us pictures of their tombstones, the permit for the burial, certificates from the forensic medicine, etc. And all of this helped us to verify what we were looking for. And also, we also tried to check the position of these people, the identity of these people, in order that they would guarantee for us that the person had actually that position and what he was testifying about was true. All of this was ascertained, and despite all our efforts, there were some testimonies, a very minor part of them, that we could not verify, and therefore we discarded, unfortunately, such testimony because we were not in a position to verify them. One of the important concerns that we had was to keep the security of the witnesses. From the 275 people who said they were willing to testify before the tribunal, only 22 of them are outside of Iran. The remaining, they live in Iran. And some of the witnesses who are outside of Iran are those who recently emigrated to neighboring countries, or in fact they fled to those countries, and in these countries they are not in full security either. And some of the witnesses who also live in safe countries such as European countries and American countries, they still are not fully secure because they have families and close people to them in Iran, and because they are threatened in Iran, and therefore they are not fully secured in order to testify in their own name. In such circumstances, and in order to protect the safety of the tribunal's witnesses, we use different methods. Ab initio, and when we were consulting digital security experts, we established a security protocol for all the witnesses of the tribunal, and we asked them all to use the protocol all throughout the process. And those who had access to the full text of the testimonies were very few, and the remaining colleagues at the tribunal gained access.
Sorry.
Was untranslated in time.
Okay.
And those who had access to the full text of the testimonies were very few. And the remaining colleagues at the tribunal, after we protected the private information of the witnesses and they were extracted from the witnesses, those people could also gain access to the remainder of the testimony. And also, we provided the pamphlets for the observance of digital security for the tribunal's witnesses, and we sent them for them. The contacts were made through the applications in which messages were exchanged in codified form, and at the end of each contact, some of the points that were required to observe to ensure their security were reminded to the witnesses. Despite all of these the stages, we did something in addition to that. The tribunal's witnesses were identified by a number instead of their name. A specific number was allocated to each witness, and that number was used instead of their name in all the documents and correspondence. Name and the individual particulars of the witnesses were asked only once in order to record it. And when we were asking that, we did not record their name either digitally or in their own voice, or etc. We kept it in a particular file, protected with a password and well protected, and only one person has access to them. With regard to the documents and evidence which was sent to us by the witnesses, all these security arrangements were respected. In spite of all of these security precautions, the tribunal's witnesses have shown a great deal of valuable courage to contact the tribunal and to offer the testimony. For my part, I would like to thank all the witnesses who have trusted us and have repeated the suffering and the atrocity that they have gone through once again for our purposes. And I hope that through recording their suffering and to present it to the Aban Tribunal, we have been able to administer justice on behalf of the witnesses. Thank you.
Before I hand your presentation over to the panel for questions, I have two follow-up questions. The first question is, can you tell us a little bit about the training you have in order to take testimonies that you've received with regards to the process for the Aban Tribunal?
من به عنوان کسی که
As an individual who has over 15 years of journalistic experience and also research in human rights, during these years I have gone through various training programs how to deal with the individuals who have been exposed to severe violence, especially violation of human rights, especially by the state officials. I know how to talk to them, interview them, and to register the witness statements in a secure manner. Furthermore, for this particular tribunal, before I started my work, I received some training from the experts in cyber security, and I also went through a one-week workshop along with a number of other members of the prosecutor team of this court, so that we would be able to verify the witness statements that we received and the documents that we received. We learned during that training program how to record these statements and how to store them.
And my final question to you is, in the end of your statement, you talk about the fact that you discarded some testimonies. And I was wondering, during that process, was there ever a time when you stopped an interview because you did not believe that they were telling you the truth? Or did you have a process in which you allowed everyone to speak fully and then make the determination after?
ما هیچ کسی را قطع
We never stopped anyone. We never interrupted any witness. And we allowed the witnesses to testify in whatever respect they wanted, as long as it was relevant to the November 2019 events. We asked them to send their documents, testimonies, and we even had a long interview with them. We recorded all of these things, but in the cases that we were not sure that how far their testimonies were true and reliable and how far they correctly remembered the events, sometimes we did not have the problem that they were lying. The problem was that despite a short time had passed. 2 years is not a long time, but many of them had been exposed to traumas, and that could have affected their judgment. As a result, they would have not correctly recorded what had happened before their eyes. As a result, we decided that we should not record their witness statements because that would have not been reliable to be presented to the tribunal. But anyway, we recorded all these statements. We talked to the witnesses time and again, and we asked them to present various aspects of the incident so that we would be sure and certain whether such incidents had happened or not. But if we were not, if we did not come to the conclusion that they had happened, we just discarded them. Of course, there were a very limited number of them, but we listened to all the interviews up to the end, and we recorded them all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Questions from the panel, please.
Good morning, and thank you very much for being here. I have one quick question. You mentioned the manner in which the witness statements were prepared, and that there were phone interviews that were recorded, and that after that, an integrated narrative was prepared. Who prepared that narrative? Was that prepared by the witness, or was that prepared by an investigator or the person who had spoken with them?
The interviews that we had with the witnesses were in the form of questions and answers. We carried out these interviews, and one of our colleagues just wrote them down, and one of the members of the prosecutor team turned these questions and answers into a story form. So as you have received them, they are based on a date, 25th of Aban, 26th of Aban, and the like. But the prosecutor team was the one who put them together and organized them. That's what we did.
And one last question is, once that statement was prepared, was it given to the witness to interview to check for veracity, or what did you go with what you had at that point? Veracity, excuse me, but occasionally mistakes are made, and I'm just wondering if the witness had the opportunity with that final statement.
In connection to this point, we thought a lot, and we thought how we should check the statements with the witnesses. But because of security issues, we decided not to send these statements back to the witnesses because this could have been a document against them. Many of them were still exposed to security threats, and if it had been revealed that they had provided such statements, they would have been exposed to further risk. But some of the information were checked verbally with the witnesses, especially during the days before the tribunal. We checked with them so that they would approve the statements that they had provided. We read these statements to them, in fact, and asked them to verify and to confirm verbally that this was true. But because of security issues, we did not send back the written statements because we thought that would put them into further risk and danger.
Thank you, Ms. Fumani. You testified that some of the persons that you were in touch with decided in the end not to testify. Are you able to indicate in a very general way some of the types of pressures that persons faced which resulted in them not testifying before the tribunal?
Yes, I can. Some of these individuals were the families of those killed. From all these 275 people, apart from the first 25 individuals, 250 had contacted us directly and wanted to testify. But some of them were the families of those killed, who still were under pressure and under torture and disturbance. They are being called, they are being threatened not to talk to media, not to talk to anyone, not to object, and they are being threatened that their other children would be put into danger or may be arrested. We even had some witnesses who said that they wanted to testify, but they had lost one brother. and he was being threatened that his other brother could easily be killed as well. And many of these witnesses said that they had been threatened that they will be run over by a car and their children, their brother, their sister would be killed. And it was quite logical that these individuals would be worried about the life of their loved ones. Some of the other witnesses were the ones who were eyewitnesses. They were the eyewitnesses of the protests, and those also received some threatening messages. What we realized during this process was that the security officials of Iran every now and then sent some threatening reports and threatening messages to those who they thought that had participated in the protests, and especially those who had previously been arrested. We had some witnesses who, when they received these messages, they felt they felt under greater risk and danger. And some others also, after they had received their verdict from the court, or they were called again to appear before the court, or because of other developments, they thought that the risk of this would be too much for them. And some of the witnesses also who withdrew. They did not withdraw their testimony, of course, but they said that they were not ready to provide further interviews, were the ones who, after all the sufferings that they tolerated, said that they had said whatever they had, and we could use their documents. And psychologically, I believe they were not able to repeat the same events. And this is quite difficult and also understandable.
Thank you.
Were those making the threats identified? And how were they? Who was making the threats according to the witnesses?
Many of those were local security officials. For example, if they were the families of the murdered, for example, the IRGC office or other offices, local offices called them, and also some of them received some telephone calls and messages. Iranians are familiar with this issue. Sometimes they receive messages, texts, or telephone calls that indicate that they are being monitored, and whatever contact they will have with the media would have repercussions. And in many cases, it is not clear where the message comes from. There is a message coming from a place where there is no number, but people know that this comes from the security officials. And many of these witnesses have even taken pictures of these messages that they have received, and they have forwarded these threat messages to us. Many of these witnesses, despite all these threats and all the developments, and even though they have told us about it, they still have insisted that they wanted to testify before this tribunal. I want to add one point, if you would allow me. As an individual who has been in touch with these witnesses in the past year and a half, I should say that the reason that some of the witnesses were not ready to provide further testimonies was because this process has become a bit prolonged. This process has taken a year and a half, and many of them and we did not have the chance to interview them immediately after they contacted us for 1 hour. And some of them, since they had tolerated a lot of sufferings during this time, maybe this long span of time has really made them tired. And this could have been another reason that some of these witnesses just confined themselves to providing written statements and also the documents that they had already sent us, and they were not willing to interview any further.
Let's ask another question. In terms of whether the witnesses know each other, were you able to verify anything concerning that? Whether the witnesses were independent from each other, or whether they were members of the same family, etc., etc.?
We did not let anyone know who had testified before us. All the witnesses who came to us have their own names recorded. And we had certain cases where two friends had testified, two individuals who had participated in one protest demonstrations at the same time, and when we were reading their statements, they were referring to the names of each others, but we never told either one of them that their friend had also testified. And we had some testimonies. One of the families of the killed ones had testified about their loved one, and another person who was also familiar with that family had witnessed the death of that individual on the street, and all the incident and all the developments that had happened was being witnessed by the individual. The mother was not aware of that, but we neither told the mother that someone had testified that he had witnessed the killing of her son, and we did not tell the individual who testified about the fact that the mother of the individual had also testified. So the people were not aware that they were testifying.
Just to push on that a little, but were you satisfied that the witnesses were not in touch with each other, so you were getting independent accounts as a general rule?
اگر که شاهدان خودشون با
If the witnesses were in touch with each other, well, we don't know, because we never told them, never gave them information with whom we interviewed. But each of them had their own stories to tell, and their stories were being compared with other resources. And we may say that, yes, there were some cases that two individuals were testifying about an event, and some of these testimonies were not in line with each other, but we did not refer back to them. And for example, we never told them that witness 133 has said this in this connection, and you as witness 134 have said something else about the issue. We did not want to connect these individuals to each other, and because of security issues, we observed this limitation, and we never really thought that the witnesses had coordinated to testify in a particular way. We never really came to such a conclusion or such an impression.
Thank you. Yes, please.
I just have one other question, a bit more mundane, I guess. You mentioned there were 255 individuals who contacted. Am I correct in that?
yeah, 200
Yes, 275.
No, and if you don't, that's fine. How many different areas in the country did these people come from? How many different cities?
yeah it's I'm confused between Farsi and English, sorry. شاهدان ما
Our witnesses came from 47 different cities, and we have the list of all these cities. And I think that Shiva Mehrani, when she testifies here, she will also tell you what they are. We had 47 cities or villages that testimonies came from.
You mentioned that you managed to find 3 police officers, 1 judicial official, and 1 airport employee, 1 officer of Khatam al-Anbiya Army Camp of Sepa Pasadaran, and 2 physicians who treated the wounded at the hospital as witnesses.
Yes.
How did you find that witnesses?
خود این شاهدان شجاع
No, it was these courageous witnesses who contacted us. Courageous witnesses who, despite all kinds of serious dangers that threatens themselves and their families, they were the ones who contacted us and said that they wanted to offer their testimony.
Just to follow up on that, how did you verify the identities of those individuals?
این بخش
this was a very important thing for us to do because, for example, as a police officer or somebody who was privy to the decisions of the establishment for the suppression of the protests had contacted us. And therefore, it was very important for us. And it was a difficult thing to do because we wanted to keep their security intact because we wanted them to send us their identification or further to that, to send us some documents to show that they actually had that position. That's to say that we wanted to know them both as a person that they existed, the individual identification based on their official identification card, but also documents to show that they actually held the position that they said that they had. That's how we did it. And as I said, it was something which was actually for me very frightening because I was very concerned about maintaining their security. But I wanted to also ascertain that these were real witnesses who wanted to testify.
Just one question. As a journalist, you must have been aware of newspaper publicity about where things happened in 2019. Are you aware of any city or area in which there was violence and trouble from which no witnesses came forward?
Excuse me, could you repeat the last part, please? Which city, what?
Yes, I was interested in whether you know of any city where there was violence or serious trouble and from which there was no witness at all.
بله شهرهایی بودند.
Yes, there were cities where we know that the protests had been suppressed in a serious way, but we did not have any witnesses coming forward from those cities. And there were even cities which were important cities, and we did have witnesses who did testify about those cities, but we could not verify their testimony, and because of, for example, or the personal problems or security problems could not include them in the 40 witnesses that we have in this tribunal. But yes, suppression of protests happened in a lot more than 47 cities from which we have witnesses. And many of our witnesses came from cities that not only the protests were suppressed in them, like Shiraz, Kurdistan, Isfahan, and Karaj, but these are cities where the access of people to the media and internet was more in the big cities. But in the smaller cities, that was not the case. It could be that the witnesses themselves could not have access to those in order to contact us, and therefore we could not have them.
I would be very interested, if it's not too much trouble, for us to get the names of those cities where there was trouble and about which you got no evidence because of suppression.
I don't have the names right now here, but we do have them in our documents. We do have all the information, and we could present it to you during this meeting.
Very helpful. Thank you.
If there are no more questions from the panel, any questions arising that Council would like to put to the witness?
Just one follow-up question, Ms. Fumani from Council. Between 2020, when the Aban Tribunal started collecting evidence up until today, how many times has the internet been affected where people would have trouble communicating with you or reaching the tribunal to give evidence?
بله خب یکی از مشکلات جدی
Yes, this has been one of our serious problems. Aside from security problems, we have also had internet problems. Many of the witnesses did not have good access to the internet, and during our contacts, especially when we wanted to have a 1-hour voice contact, many a time in the internet would be interrupted because we didn't have access. For many weeks, probably, we couldn't have access to our witnesses. And again, we would be connected through the internet. And in order to have the witnesses in the tribunal, one of the serious problems that we encountered was that they should be people who would have good access to the internet, because many of them use access to the internet which is very weak, and many a time it is interrupted. Many a time it was interrupted during our interviews. Perhaps we would have an interview that was supposed to take only 30 minutes and it would take 2 hours because of the disruption in the internet. But in any event, because these people wanted to testify in no matter what way, and because they wanted their voice to be heard, and they didn't want other people to forget them, they were very patient. They went through all the trouble, and at the end, ultimately, we could record the testimony.
If that's the end of the questions, thank you very much, Ms. Fumani, for helping the tribunal. We suspect we won't hear from you again, but we might. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad to inform you that we are running ahead of time. And for that reason, we will be calling hopefully 2 more witnesses before lunch break. I have an announcement to make that for those who would like to receive the English translation of the witness statements, please refer to the reception downstairs and pick up your headphones from the reception so that you can listen to the evidence in English as well as Persian. Mr. Chairman, our next witness is witness 34. His evidence appears at page 2 of your bundle. And the witness, Amin Ansari Fard, is testifying in his own name from Iran. His son Farzad was killed in the city of Behbahan on 16th November 2019. At the time, Farzad was 28 years old. Mr. Ansari Fard, please introduce yourself, and the chairman would ask you to make your statement.
In the name of God. My name is Amin Ansari Fard. I am talking from Iran, from the city of Behbahan.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, I do hear you.
Thank you for agreeing to help the tribunal. Could you repeat after me, please? I solemnly declare that I will speak the truth.
I solemnly swear to tell the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
To tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Now, counsel will ask you some questions, which will then be followed up with questions from the panel.
Thank you. Mr. Ansari Fard, the tribunal has received your statement, and we thank you for that. Can you please tell the tribunal when you were informed that your son Farzad was shot?
At 2 o'clock, we came back home. We called our son, and no matter how many times we called him, he did not answer. We followed it up until 7 o'clock in the afternoon. By then, we had gone many times to the IRGC, to the police force, etc. We wanted to know whether he had been arrested. And unfortunately, he was not there. Therefore, we went to the hospital 3 times. We went there The first time when we went there, they said, no, we don't have such a name. The second time they said, there is somebody here, but nobody has come to ask for him. What color is his T-shirt? Is it green? I said, no, it's red. Then I came back home, and then a relative of ours said, go and look at him. Perhaps it is your son. We went to the hospital. My brother went and looked. It was almost 7 o'clock in the afternoon, and my brother went to see him.
And did you have any difficulty in retrieving the body of your son?
No, we did not have any problems. They actually cooperated with us. They cooperated well. There was no difficulty there. They took him to the forensic medicine in the capital of the province, and then we retrieved the body. They gave us back the body.
Son's body was taken to Ahvaz, which is the capital of the province. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
What is Ahvaz from Behbahan?
Uh, 200 kilometer.
200 kilometers.
There were other bodies in Ahvaz killed during the demonstrations?
No, I didn't. There were 6 other bodies in Behbahan who had been killed on 25th of Aban. I did not see. I did not even see the body of my own son that had been taken to Ahvaz. It had been taken there for a post-mortem because we wanted to see with what kind of weapon he had been killed.
Autopsy report say about the gun?
The autopsy showed
The type of weapon that was used. Did the autopsy report refer to that?
yes, the autopsy showed that it had been a Kalashnikov. And it had, my son's head had been shot.
Which force would use Kalashnikov as the standard issue?
The police force, Revolutionary Guards, the militia, military forces, any of these forces would use this kind of weapon.
Were you told by the authorities as to how you should bury your son and how you should have funeral arrangements?
No, they did not say anything. Only on the 28th of Aban at 11 o'clock in the morning, the body was delivered to us, and they went away.
Were you told not to publicize the killing of your son by the authorities?
Yes, publicity, yes. They told us to keep it quiet, not to talk to anybody. Keep it quiet, respect this, and to the extent possible, we respected what they said, and we just buried our son.
Mr. Ansari, did you file a complaint with the authorities about the loss of your son?
Yes. Yes, in the court.
What was the result of your complaint?
nothing. We have not had any results so far.
In your statement, you referred to your daughter being harassed by the authorities for the publicity she has made and interviews she had made with the foreign media. Can you explain more about that?
Yes, my daughter, because she wanted to seek justice for the blood of her brother, she was arrested. She was taken to Ahvaz. She was in prison for 7 days, and still it's ongoing. Now, no verdict has been issued yet. It's just ongoing.
Have the authorities also arrested your brother?
Yes.
And what is the charge against your brother?
The charges are that they say he has made publicity against the establishment, against the regime. And he has had contacts with outside the country in order to publicize against the regime.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ansarifard. The tribunal may have some questions for you.
Thank you very much for your testimony and sympathies for your loss. I just have a couple of questions, if I may. At the beginning of your statement, you say that you believe that your son was at his workplace and he heard shots from inside the house, having gone home, and went outside, and that's when he was struck by a bullet. Can I just ask where you had the information from, but don't reveal the identity of the person, but just give us an insight into where you got the information?
It was noon, 25th of Aban. My son was 7 kilometers away from the place where he was shot. He was at work. Then he came home at 1, and up to 1:30 he was home. At 1:30 he heard the bullets shot. He went out to see what was going on. Our home, from where my son died and was killed, was about 100 to 150 meters. And he, within 15 to 20 minutes that he was there, unfortunately, we did not hear anything afterwards from him.
Thank you. And what had your son been at home alone, or was he there with members of your family, so they were able to tell you what had happened and how he'd left the house?
His brothers and mother and sister were at home. They were at home. My youngest son, who had gone out, was looking for his brother. He had even seen him. He told him, "Why are you?" He had told his younger brother to go home, and then he went out himself alone.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I just have a few additional questions. Firstly, with respect to your daughter, can you indicate what your daughter was charged with?
Her charge, according to the officials, was publicity against the establishment, collusion with foreign countries, and publishing lies and spreading lies.
Thank you. And you indicated that those charges were still pending. Are they also pending in relation to your brother, charged with similar charges?
No, my younger brother was released at the first stages and they are not pursuing the issue any further. So I may say that his case is not live anymore. Only the case of my daughter is still live and continuing.
Thank you. And could I ask your son, what was his work at the time of the events?
My son was installing porcelain and tiles. He was at work till 1 p.m. And then he went back home. He went home to have lunch and go back. Unfortunately, we lost him.
Thank you, and you have the condolences of the panel. Did your son have a wife or children of his own?
No.
And with respect to the complaint that was filed with the Justice Department, I believe, have you had any correspondence emanating from that complaint? And if so, what correspondence?
We did not receive any correspondence. We filed a complaint, but we did not get anything back. We were never even told what to do after, what we should do, what the procedure would be. We never received any reaction to our complaint, and they did not pursue it either.
And when exactly did you file the complaint? Was it shortly after the incidents or later?
We filed our complaint, I believe, 7 to 8 days or 10 days after the event.
Good afternoon, witness. I have questions in two areas, and hopefully won't take up too much of your time. The first is you mentioned that your son left the house when he heard shots fired. I'm wondering what was going on that day in town. Were there demonstrations? Were there protests? Were there just military there at the time? What was going on? If you know, obviously.
I don't have complete information myself because on that day I was working myself and I was about 500 to 600 meters away from where the shooting was taking place. I was just hearing the sound of shooting, and I could see that some banks and some places were being burnt from distance, of course. There were protests going on. There were some direct conflicts. There were a young number of people and also the security officials in conflict.
All right, and then my second area relates to the questions my colleague just asked regarding a complaint that you filed. And my understanding is that you were invited to go to the area's intelligence office after this complaint was filed. Is that correct? Or did you go to the office after the complaint was filed?
The intelligence office, I went to the intelligence office several times, but it was not in relation to our complaint. It was in connection to my daughter for being in touch with abroad. I went to the intelligence office several times for the sake of my daughter, not for the complaint that we had filed. Nobody asked about our complaint. Nobody said anything about our complaint at all.
Okay, then correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding from this statement, and these mistakes are made easily, so simply to clarify, was that either you or someone from the family had spoken with the intelligence office and said you would like them to find out who murdered your son. Do you recall that?
Yes, yes, that is something that we repeated several times. We said that the individual who had killed our son should be introduced to us. Maybe it was an enemy, maybe somebody intentionally killed our son. We asked them to introduce the individual, why he shot our son, why he killed our son. That is what we asked the intelligence office, but unfortunately nothing happened. They gave us no answer. They said they didn't know.
And then my other understanding, again, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that at some point the intelligence office said that they were looking at the situation, but that they offered to play what's translated into English for me, and I believe the word is diya, and I can easily be corrected, but they offered to pay blood money, that they offered this. Is that something that happened, or do you recall that that happened?
Yes, they talked about blood money. Well, that was something that was mentioned to all those killed during Aban protests. They said that their blood money should be paid. That's all. It was a general thing that was stated.
So the intelligence office didn't directly offer this. It was simply a general comment that was made in terms of your son.
Yes, this was just a general statement, and the intelligence officer didn't tell us anything directly in this connection.
Okay, thank you. You've clarified several things. I really appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, please go ahead.
Just a few things I'd like to understand. What are your family traditions or religious customs about a funeral? Who prepares the body normally?
Well, the officials prepared the corpse, and we just buried the body. They had done everything themselves. We did not even see what they had done. We don't know what they did to him. We just buried him.
Sorry, my question is a different one. Normally, in the family, according to your custom, your family custom, your religious custom, whose duty is it to prepare the body?
Well, it's a general thing. It doesn't matter to us much. Whoever dies, the family usually goes and receives the body and does what is needed for that body before burial. That's it. Nobody outside the family would deal with these issues so that the body would be just received after everything has been done. Usually the family would deal with such matters.
And is it a thing that the religion says must happen, or is it something which culture says must happen? And if I'm not clear, please tell me. That the family must prepare the body.
Religiously speaking, the family need to prepare the body.
So would I be wrong in saying that the family didn't act according to the religion?
Yes, we can say that. When religiously speaking, we want to deal with the body should have been handed over to us. We should have prepared the body. We should have seen him at least. But they just handed him over to us and said, bury him.
Did you?
They didn't give us any opportunity to see him or to spend any time with him.
How did you and the family feel about that?
At the time, the situation was dire, and when the body was being handed over to us, we did not even understand what was going on. I cannot even recall what happened. We were in a very dire situation at the time.
And who chooses the place of burial normally?
The burial place is usually the graveyard, the cemetery.
But there are millions or hundreds of graveyards, I suppose, in Iran. Who decides which graveyard you will go to?
Well, they decided for us. We had no role in deciding where to bury our child.
That, but normally, who decides? Does the family decide? Does the priest decide? Does the father decide? Normally, or the husband decides, or the wife decides, or something. Who would normally, in your custom, make that decision?
Usually the family decides.
And in your case, in the case of your son, and I express my sympathies about him, and I'm sorry to raise all these things, normally, who would have decided? Would it have been you alone? Or would it have been you with other members of your family? Or would it have been you after talking to the family priest?
Well, I would decide after I discuss the issue with my family members.
And normally, do the authorities normally, would they say, no, you can't bury here or you can't bury there? Or normally, the family decision is followed? What happens normally?
Well, the family decides, and the authorities don't mind where the body is being buried. It's the family that decides.
Who decided? You said the family didn't decide, the authorities decided. Now, where would you have wanted, the family have wanted the funeral?
We wanted to bury him in the same cemetery, but we wanted to bury him in a different section of the cemetery with which they did not agree.
Tell us a little bit more, please.
I wanted him to be buried in the section of those who had lost their lives during the war, who were a victim. And they said, no, you cannot bury him in this section, you have to bury him in another section.
Okay, I'm sorry to raise all this. Now I'm going to raise something else which is going to be even more painful. But again, I'm sorry. Did you see your son's injuries?
Yes.
Where were the injuries?
جراحات
The injuries were behind his head, on his neck. They had shot him there, and the bullet had come out of his upper lip.
So it was, you saw, just to emphasize what you saw a wound at the back of the head by the neck area, and you saw another bullet wound, and you may not know which way it went in and where it went out, but it's what you saw I want to know. And the other wound was above the lip, just under the nose, if I understand you properly.
بغلط أما
It was beside, yeah, it was right beside his nose, yeah.
Beside his nose. Can you remember that it was the left or the right-hand side?
از پشت سمت
He had been shot on the right side of the head, and on the face, it had come out of the left side.
I'm very, very sorry to raise all these things with you. I sympathize a great deal. Please be assured that if it was not necessary, I would have not done so. So please go in peace.
بله
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Just to follow up the question about diyat or blood money, do you know anyone of the family victims were offered this diyat lately?
بله
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I think that's all the questions from the panel. Council, do you have any follow-up questions?
Yes, sir. If I may, Mr. Ansarifard, you have provided some documents to the tribunal. Is that correct?
بله
Yes.
Played. Can you explain what is this document?
This document is the death certificate of my son.
By the investigation of the police department of your province. Is Mr. Ansarifard there? Mr. Chairman, we will provide you with a translation of this document. It's a report by the police regarding actually they refer to the killing of Mr. Farzad Ansari Far, saying that they have noticed that he was killed by a bullet from it's an 8mm bullet from a Kalashnikov, which was shot from a distance of 40 meters, and it created a hole in the body of a centimeter, and all the other details about how it entered the body and how it came out of it. And it says the bullet went through the skull of the deceased from the right side to the left side and came out from down to up. I think we have lost Mr. Ansarifard connection. Oh, yes, he's here. Mr. Ansarifer, do you have anything to add to that report of the police? Can you add your view on the police document?
Yes. Yes, this bullet that was shot was fired from on top of a guest house where the police force was stationed.
Sorry, that's what the report says.
Yes, that's the report about that. Anything else you?
Yes, and for the anniversary, they did not allow us to hold an anniversary for him. They said it's because of the pandemic, because of the corona. They had destroyed the road, and they did not allow us to have a memorial for his anniversary. And they also set fire to the house and the car of my daughter. And of course, it's been with the Ministry of Information for 2-3 years now, and they do not give it back.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, no further questions from Council.
Just a follow-up question to your very last question. You indicate that they set fire to your daughter's house and car, I believe. Who is they? Who set fire?
We don't know who exactly. We just know that it was not even the 40th day of his demise that they set fire to the car.
And just one follow-up question on that, if I may. Did you file any complaints with regards to that?
Yes.
And did you hear anything back?
No.
Okay.
No, and they did not follow it up at all.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I have one more question. How tall was your son? Do you have any idea?
It was almost 175 centimeters.
Thank you.
Can I just ask one more question about your daughter? What it is, why is she being focused upon? What is it that she's doing that the authorities don't seem to like?
Well, truth be told, my daughter is only after finding out why her brother was killed. She is just seeking justice for the blood of her brother that was shed. And they say no, they want to silence her.
Thank you. One more question.
And I also want to convey my condolences and thank you for being patient with us. What would justice look like for your family?
Could you repeat your question, he says?
Of course, you said your daughter was seeking justice for the blood that was shed of her brother. What does justice look like for your family? What would that mean to receive justice in this instance?
Justice for us is to know who shot our son. We want them to deliver him to us. Why did he kill our son? By whose orders he killed our son? That's what we want to know.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't think there are any more questions from the panel or council. Thank you very much for taking the time, Mr. Ansar Rifar. We understand it cannot have been easy, and we really appreciate you sharing your experience and testifying before the tribunal. Thank you.
Sorry. He says, I'm sorry, but he doesn't say why.
Why are you expressing sorrow? Why are you sorry?
Yeah.
I want to ask a question. The security forces said that person was a disruptor, and they checked the cameras, and that's what they have said that they have come to. But our family says, show us so that we know what difference does it make whether it was a protester or he was not. Did they have any orders to kill him or not?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that's any questions from council following up?
No further questions.
Thank you very much again for attending and giving evidence, Mr. Ansar Rifar. Should we, well, I guess it's up to council now whether we have an early lunch or whether we start a witness and then break off with the witness.
We suggest that we should break early for lunch and come back early for resuming the afternoon session.
Okay, thank you. So let's adjourn then for lunch and be back in, I think, 1:15. Or 20 past 1. 20 past 1, please. Thank you.
Please be seated.
So, first of all, apologies for being late. Appreciate you coming back, and we will be more punctual from now on, so apologies. Counsel, next witness, please.
Our next witness is Masih Ali-Nejad. She will be giving evidence live. She had arrived from the United States this morning for this purpose. Can you ask Ms. Ali-Nejad to come to the witness stand? I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, there seems to be some technical problem. You're waiting for Ms. Ali-Nejad to come here.
She's definitely in the building.
She was supposed to be. And here she comes.
Yes, please do.
And the witness, Masih Ali-Nejad, an Iranian-born female journalist who had gained prominence for exposing corruption and was forced to leave Iran in 2009. She resided in London before moving to the US, where she is living there with her family. The witness has campaigned for women's rights in Iran. She is the founder of the campaign against compulsory hijab laws, known as White Wednesdays, where women in Iran take off their Islamic headwear and send videos and pictures to the witness. The witness has also campaigned relentlessly for human rights since leaving Iran, exposing violations and miscarriages of justice. She's extremely popular in Iran, so much that the regime started a propaganda campaign against her, more than 10 television programs have been devoted to demonize the witness. From broadcasting fake news alleging that she was raped in a London underground in presence of her son, to allegations that she received payments from foreign intelligence services. The witness family had been targeted. Her sister was forced to denounce the witness in front of the cameras on state television. Her mother suffered more than 2 hours of interrogation. One of the witness brothers, Ali, was sentenced to 8 years imprisonment for the crime of contacting the witness. In 2019, the president of Tehran Revolutionary Court decreed whoever assists the witness by sending pictures and videos will be sentenced to 1 to 10 years imprisonment. On July 13th of this year, FBI declared that it has foiled a plot by the Islamic Republic Ministry of Intelligence to kidnap the witness to Venezuela and from there to Iran. On the same day, the US Justice Department issued indictments against 4 Iranian intelligence agents that they are now in custody in the United States. Ms. Alinejad, thank you for accepting our invitation and appearing here as a witness to the tribunal. The witness had not submitted a written statement, but she will make a presentation as to the work she has done in connection with the massacre of Aban in Iran. Thank you.
Thank you, Counsel. Thank you very much for attending the tribunal. Could you give your full name, please?
Yes. Salam. Hi, everyone. My name is Masih Alinejad.
Thank you. And would you just repeat after me? I solemnly declare that I will speak the truth.
من سوگند یاد میکنم که حقیقت رو
I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
Because for me, this is an issue that I really want to talk in Persian, my own language, if you don't mind.
We don't mind at all.
Because I'm sure that the mothers are listening to my testimony. So.
Whatever you're most comfortable
Fantastic.
speaking
Thank you.
in. First, Counsel will ask you some questions and elicit your testimony, and then that will be followed up by questions from the panel. And because we don't have a statement from you, if you could just be mindful that translation is happening and just moderate your pace a little.
Totally understand. میفهمم.
Thank you.
Ms. Alinejad, since November 2019, you have campaigned for the families of the victims of Aban massacre and produced a number of documentaries about that event. Can you explain to the tribunal your work, and then you can make your statement? Thank you.
از همون آبان
From the month of Aban, when the protests started, a lot of us, we were looking at what was happening inside Iran. And like thousands of other Iranians outside of the country, when I saw that they cut off the internet in the month of Aban for people, I did not know what was happening in Iran. But once the internet was restored, like many other colleagues of mine, I was bombarded by videos the mothers had sent me, the other people had sent me, and all of them showed what the government was doing, and that the government through a lot of violence had killed a lot of people. Then we did not have statistics, and they were not giving us a correct figure, but therefore we relied on the videos that we received. Before anything else, I would like to say that instead of me, I wish all those mothers were sitting here, those who prepared the videos, those who sent them to me. The mothers who were told that preparing a video and sending it would condemn them to more than 10 years in prison, but they still did it. And I would like to testify that they sent videos that showed that their children were shot in their head, in their chest, etc.
Down a little bit.
Oh, sure.
Yes, as usual, I speak too quickly. Pouya Bakhtiari was one of those people who was shot in his skull. Peshman Qoli Pur, he was 18 years old. When I talked to the mother, his mother said that she saw 5 places in the heart where he had been shot. Amel Shahbazi had been shot in the neck. That's what the family saw. The people that I talked to, the families that testified that their loved ones had been shot in their hearts were a lot of people. The other point that I would like to indicate here is that in all the talks that I had with the families, they said that the children did not have any tear gas, did not have any weapons, and this is completely contradictory to what the government has said. They have alleged that because the protesters were violent, then they were responded to violently. And what proves this is the testimony of 2 mothers whose children were killed in front of them. The mother of Mahdi Daemi, whose video I have seen. When the video was sent to me, I looked at it, it took my breath away. Her son was killed in her own embrace. When he was being killed, he raised his arms to calm down his mother, and he expired. The bullet was shot to him by the security forces in front of the mother, who testifies that she saw that Pouya Bakhtiari was holding the hand of the child. They were both participating in the protest of Aban. And when the tear gas was thrown at them, they lost each other. And the mother testifies that she identified the blood-stained corpse of his son being carried on the shoulders of other people. And she said, "My son, my son." So these are the families who have testified about it, so that in this international tribunal, it can be presented to show that the children did not have any weapons and they were not doing anything violent. Wahid Danvar was one of those people who made a video with his camera. That was the only weapon that he had, and his mother was also with him. He was sending the video to his family, and it stopped when they killed him. The security forces killed him. All these mothers that I named, they have testified from within Iran, and they have narrated the violence perpetrated by the government through the cameras and the mobile phones. These mothers went to the same streets where their children were shot, were killed, so that they can testify how they were killed. I testified that the Islamic Republic has obtained a guarantee from every single family whose children were killed not to talk with the media. Some of these families were told that despite the fact that we are delivering the body to you, you have to pay for the bullet which has been shot to your children. I am going to give you 2 examples. Kamal Faraji was a worker. He was from a poor class of society, and the family was told, if you do not give us 70 million tumans, we are not going to deliver the body to you. Amel Shahbazi is the mother of 2 children, and the family was told, if you do not give us 20 million, if you don't pay that sum, we are not going to deliver the body to you. I would like to testify that the families of many of those who were killed were not permitted to bury their loved ones where they live. The history goes back to Khavaran, the cemetery, 1360s, after the revolution, when the families found themselves over there. It was the first circle of seeking justice, and the government came to this conclusion that in Aban, they had to force the families to bury the bodies in far-off places where they did not live themselves. themselves. And I am extremely sorry to be able to give you only a few cases because the time is limited. Navid Behboudi is another example. He lived in Karaj, but during the night, she was forced to take the body of the son to Mahfizan village, somewhere else far away. Mahdi Daemi, living in Karaj, was forced to bury in Ajibuzaya village near Rasht. Pejman Gholipur, the mother has to travel every week from Tehran to a village in Langarud. Reza Gudarzi has to go to Burujerd to visit the burial place of his child because he was not permitted to bury the child in the cemetery where he lived. This going to far-off places for the burial places of their friends is...
To interrupt, so sorry, because it will prevent me from asking questions later. When you mention where the funeral was and where the people were living, can you just give some idea of the distance so we don't have to go back to everything you mentioned and ask you to talk about distance again, please? I'm very sorry, Chair.
Sure. From Karaj...
From Karaj to the village where Pejman Gholipur is buried, you have to drive for 5 hours to reach there. From Tehran to Burujerd, anybody knows what the distance is? It's a 10-hour drive. It's a mother who has to take the bus 10 hours only to go and visit the burial place of her child. And for this reason, some families have had to migrate forcibly, that's to say, to change the place that they used to live, to go to be near to those who lived. Like, for example, the mother of Mahdi Daemi, who has rented a house to be near the burial place of her husband. And the main reason for the government is that the mothers should not come together and be with each other near the burial place of their children. I would like to testify that some families have been forced to give a guarantee that if they have an interview with the media, and they have been threatened that if they have an interview with the media, their other children will die either through a car accident or some other way.
Some families have testified that before receiving the bodies of their children, they had committed autopsy on the child and on their children, and they had taken the bullet out so that there would be no way to determine which bullet had killed the individual. I should also refer to the mental and psychological torture against the families. They did not have the chance to mourn for their children, including Puya Bakhtiari's family. They were the first people who did not keep silent after Aban, and they were among the first families who started speaking out. Many of the Iranians who are here know that the mother and father and Puya Bakhtiari, Manuchehr Bakhtiari, the father, always spoke out. And whenever we saw them on TV, they never cried. They were angry. Many may think, why didn't they cry? Because they did not believe that before their eyes their child was killed. And they felt that they should ask for justice. On the 40th day after the death of the child, they were not allowed to hold any ceremonies. And the only time that the mother of Puya Bakhtiari, in an interview that I had with her, said that she felt that she was mourning and she had the chance to cry was when she was in the solitary confinement. Therefore, I asked her whether I could mention about some of the days that she was calling for justice with a loud voice, but at the same time she was fighting desperation alone. I'm sure that if we invite the mother of Puya to this tribunal, she will never cry, but she allowed me to show you the moment she entered her house after 5 months when she went back home. I asked the tribunal to show the film of the mother of Pooya Bakhtiari, the film that shows that the film that was taken when the father of Pooya was still in prison. The mother of Pooya decided that after 5 months to step in a house where she lived with her son. And this film shows that the families, no matter how far they shout, and maybe they don't even cry before the cameras, but they have been under great mental pressures. Would it be possible to show the film, please?
من ناهید شیرپیشه مادر پویا بختیاری هستم. الان که دارم این فیلم رو براتون میگیرم، ساعت رو نگاه کنه. این ساعت 1 ساعت عقبه. به خاطر اینکه اصلا کسی اینجا زندگی نمیکنه که بخواد ساعت رو 1 ساعت بکشه جلو. از سال 99 از سال تحویل که ما باید اینجا بودیم، با پویا سال تحویل میکردیم و معمولا پویا این ساعت رو 1 ساعت میکشید جلو. الان نه پویایی هست، نه زمان برای من اهمیتی داره، نه سال تحویل، هیچ. زندگی من سقف خونه من خراب شد، داغون شد، چراغ خونم خاموش شد. به موقع من نگاه کنین. دیگه من به چی دلخوش باشم؟ زندگی ما از من گرفتن، همه کسمو، همه چیزمو، پسری که با هم دیگه دوتایمون زیر این سقف زندگی میکردیم، شاد بودیم، میخندیدیم، میگفتیم. اما دیگه این خونه جای زندگی نیست برای من یه زن تنها بدون پسرم کجا زندگی کنم؟ چیکار کنم؟ این خونه تحملش برای من سخته. 5 ماهه پویا از این در نیامده تو. این اتاق پویاست. این لباسای بچمه. بچم امسال زمستون اینا رو نپوشید. بچم زمستون 98 رو ندید. لباساش همینجوری موندن رو چوب رفته. آخ مادر بمیرم برات. لباسایی که تن نکرد، لباسایی که تو کمد موندن.
Rings of the mothers. And this is only part of the sufferings of mothers when they are alone. And there are many others who can testify with me that they have never seen the mother of Pooya to cry. But there are mothers who fought against suicide and the temptation to suicide. The mother of Farzad Ansari Far, who we witnessed his father's testimony today, according to his daughter Farzad Ansari Far, has been saved from suicide, and his knife was taken from him because he couldn't tolerate living any longer. And I would like to testify here that similar to the mother of Bakhtiari, were many who did not even have the chance to talk to media because they could not overcome their sorrow. There were mothers who were arrested, there were mothers who were threatened, and there were mothers who were beaten. Part of the other people who in their interviews announced that how they were treated by the arresters, by the officials, and how far they were under pressure. 9 mothers with a pictures of their children, went to Azadi Square in Tehran to object. They were beaten up. And during interrogation, the mother of Reza Muazzeni Gudarzi, 19-year-old, Reza Muazzeni Gudarzi was a 19-year-old boy who, a famous film of whom was shown in the social media, who says that I'm Reza. And his mother testified that in order to torture him, this film was shown to him several times in prison. And the mother said that I cannot tolerate hearing the voice of my son during interrogation anymore. And Pejman Gholipur's mother, 18-year-old boy who was killed by 5 bullets, he said that she was treated like criminals. First of all, her hair was pulled, and when her hair was pulled, another mother held her legs so that she would not be arrested. And she said that she could see with her own eyes that when she was being pulled, another mother was being pulled on the asphalt behind her, and a number of huge officials and security officials were also arresting some other mothers because of holding the picture of their children, and they were taken away. And Ibrahim Kitabdar's mother was one of the individuals who was arrested several times and was beaten up several times. She was a mother who says that she was searched bodily, and during the interrogations she was told that we killed your son and we did a good thing by killing him. The mother of Navid Behboudi, when she was arrested, her crime was that why she had celebrated his birthday. And his mother said that the security officer beat her chest and said that I was the one who killed your son, and I will kill your other child as well. The mother of Mohammad Dastan Khan, 15-year-old. When she was arrested, she was told that if you don't delete your Instagram page, your other child will be also arrested. I testify that there are many of these mothers who wish to die because of the pressures, but their pressure and sorrow was so huge that they found each other and they decided to tell this tribunal how much pressure they suffered. Kitabdar's mother, film Ibrahim Kitabdar's mother, will be shown now. She is only going to explain about a part of the pressures that the security forces have exerted on her.
مادر ابراهیم کتابدار
Ibrahim Kitabdar's
2
mother.
ساله ابراهیممو نمیبینم. من به این شکایتمو برم به کی بگم؟ به کی بگم؟ این شکایتو به کی بگم من؟ بچه‌هام بی پدر موندن. دادگاه میرم، هر جا میرم. قاتل بچه‌مو که بهم نمیگن. اون روزم رفتم تو دادگاه، گفتم آقا 2 سال پسر منو کشتین. کشتیم که کشتیم، خوب کاری کردیم. من به این شکایتمو به کی بگم؟ کجا برم؟ بچه ها ما آواره کردن، بی پدر گذاشتن. خودم هم نمیدونم چی کار کنم، کجا برم؟ به کی بگم؟ این جهان، تو این دنیا، یعنی 1 نفر نیست به داد من برسه، به این بچه ها برسه. من برم به شکایتمو به کی بگم؟ کجا برم؟
Anniversary of Aban, mothers who were supposed to gather around the burial place of their children have received calls from the security officials and have been threatened. The mother of Mujaddad bought 20 white pigeons to release next to the burial place of her son. But there are security officials sitting there next to her house to keep them under house arrest, both her and also her pigeons, and they didn't let her go out to find the other mothers. And Jafar Panah's mother was also threatened that if she would hold a funeral, then things might have happened to her other children. She stood before the camera and said that, "Come and execute me. Kill me, shoot me, so that I will leave this world. I won't keep silent anyway." And she wanted the world to hear that she didn't have the chance to hold a funeral. Moin Far's mother had two children, a sister who was psychologically dependent on her brother. And after Mehdad was killed, she was suffering so much, and finally she got sick. And she was also called and threatened that she did not have the right to hold any funeral or any ceremony for the child. Wahid Anwar's father was threatened. He was a disabled, war disabled, and he has been released on bail. And his mother has also been abused verbally, and the handcuff was used, and this handband, which was a sign for justice seeking, was being taken off of her hand, and she was told if she wouldn't take this wristband off, she would be taken to prison. And I should also refer to the last statement from the mother of another victim. Pejman Qolipour's mother will explain to you what happened to her. And finally, the request of all these mothers is that justice justice seeking has no meaning in Iran, because not only the justice seekers are being threatened and put into prison, but also complaining before the criminal and the killer what would be the use, and they won't complain to a killer for the killing of their children. And Pejman Qolipour's mother will represent many families who also asked for the holding of an international tribunal for the trial and also punishment of the officials of the Islamic Republic. I ask the court to show the film of the mother of Pejman Qolipour, please.
همه عزیزان، من محبوب رمضانی مادر پژمان قلیپور هستم. جوان 18 ساله‌ای که توی آبان 98 کشته شد و من مادر به خاطر این که میگم قاتل بچم کیه مجرمم. تهدیدم میکنن و میگن نباید بگی قاتل بچت کیه. نباید جایی بگی که چه اتفاقی افتاده. نباید جایی بگی که چی شده. باید سکوت کنی. ولی من سکوت نکردم. پژمان من 18 سالش بود. امسال دومین سال تولدشو که گرفتم، تازه پسرم شد 20 ساله. جشن تولد 20 سالگیشو سر مزار گرفتم. سر مزاری که صبحش زنگ زدن و گفتن که به خاطر کرونا نباید مراسمی گرفته بشه. و بعدش قبل از اینکه من برسم تاج گل تولد بچه من که کادوی تولد من به پسرم بود میدزدن و میبرن. من توی وطنم توی ایرانم حق دادخواهی ندارم. اگه بگم که بچه‌مو کشته مجرمم. ما رفتیم صرفا به خاطر اینکه فریاد بزنیم و بگیم قاتل بچه هامون کیه و تنها چیزی که با هامون بود قاب عکس بچه هامون بود. 6-7 تا مادر بودیم که وسط خیابون رفتیم کنار میدون آزادی رفتیم و پناه بردیم اونجا، گفتیم شاید یکی به دادمون برسه و بگه قاتل بچه‌تون کیه. ما رو گرفتن بردن، مأمور زنشون زدنمون. بله، کتک خوردیم. به جرم چی؟ به جرم اینکه میگیم دادخواهیم. جرممون چیه؟ میگیم قاتل بچه‌مون کیه. یکی از مادرها رو گرفتن و دستبند آبی که به نشانه نماد دادخواهی ما به دستمون بستیم و گرفته بودن توی اونجا و با الفاظ رکیک و حرفهای زشتی که به این مادر زدن دستبندش رو قیچی میکنن و تهدیدش میکنن که اگه دفعه دیگه حرف بزنی با هفتیر میایم توی خونه بالای سر خودت. ما دادخواهیم، به فریاد ما برسین، به داد ما برسین. به ما بگین قاتل بچه ما کیه؟ به ما بگین کی بچه ما رو کشته؟ به ما بگین ما باید به کجا پناه ببریم؟ به داد ما برسین. ما توی ایران، توی وطن خودمون عزیزترین کسمون رو از دست دادیم و اگه معترض بشیم میشیم مجرم. من مجرمم، من پرونده دارم، پرونده من سنگینه و برای من میگن که پرونده‌ات سنگینه به خاطر اینکه فریاد زدم قاتل بچه من کیه. این پسر منه، پژمانم، جوون 18 سالم، تاق پسر منه. این عکسای بچه‌های آبانه، بچه‌هایی که توی آبان کشته شدن و مادراشون و پدراشون به اسم اینکه دادخواهن مجرمن. نوید افکاری بعد از آبان. عکسای پسرم، اتاق پسرم، نوید بهبودی، بچه‌ای که توی آبان کشته شد. و تخت خالی پسرم که هر روز من باید ببینم و کنار تخت خالی پسرم زجه بزنم و کسی جوابگوی من نباشه و هیچ کس به من نگه که پسر تو رو کی کشته. لباسای پشمانم که پشت در آویزون کردم به امید روزی که برگرده خونه و دنبال لباساش نکرد. کمد لباس پسرم، وسایل بچه، وسایل جوون 18 سالم که تنها جرمش فهمیدم بود و گفتش که من فهمیدم، من میدونم. توی اون جعبه لباسهای خونی پسرمه، لباسهای خونی بچم که از تنش توی بیمارستان در آوردن، لباسهای سوراخش، کابیشن تنش که پشت و جلوی کابیشنش سوراخ بود چون با تیر جنگی کشته بودنش، کتونی که اون شب پاش بود، کمربندی که روی لباسش بود و تمام سگک کمربندش پر از خون بود و لباسهای پر از خون پسرم نگر داشتم تا روز انتقام. من لباسهای پسرم همه رو نگه داشتم، لباسهای سوراخ و پر از خون پسرم رو نگه داشتم، لباسهای پر از خون و سوراخ جوون 18 سالم رو نگه داشتم به عنوان مدرک که نشون بدم به کل دنیا و جهان، نشون بدم که جوون 18 ساله منو با بیرحمی کشتن، با بیرحمی کشتن و زندگی منو نابود کردن. نه زندگی منو، زندگی هزاران خانواده توی آبان رو نابود کردن و خانواده ها رو سیاه پوش کردن. ما خانواده های آبان عهد بستیم لباس مشکی تنمون رو در نیاریم تا زمانی که انتقام خون به ناحق ریخته بچه هامون رو بگیریم. حالا اینا تهدید میکنن، بذار تهدید بکنن، مهم نیست. تا زمانی که نفس میکشم، تا زمانی که هستم، منتقم خون به ناحق ریخته جوونم هستم و تا انتقام خون پشمانم رو نگیرم هرگز سکوت نمی کنم. به داد ما برسین، صدای ما باشین و یه جایی اگر وجدانی هست، اگه شرفی هست، به فریاد ما برسین.
خیلی ممنونم از قضات ما.
I would like to express my appreciation towards the honorable judges and also towards the mothers who sent us their testimony. They have all taken a big risk, and each one of them could be prosecuted, but consciously they made the choice to raise their voice so that it will be heard in international fora, because seeking justice in Iran has borne no fruits for them so far. I thank you very much, and I am very sorry that I could not talk about the rest of them who are also being pressured. Thank you.
Zain Nejat, you have produced a number of documentaries in connection with the massacre of Aban from the families. Can you tell the tribunal how many of these documentaries you have made and where you have managed to exhibit them?
the number of killed people was reported to be 1,500 by Reuters, but human rights organizations have not been able to give the exact statistics. I have been able to talk about 25 families of the killed people, but I know very well that there are lots of families who don't have access to the media. But personally, I have talked to 25 of the families through their mobile phones. I have heard the stories, how their children were killed, what happened to them, how they took delivery of the corpses, and all of these I have presented in my Instagram and also in the Voice of America and in other media.
Thank you, Ms. El-Nejad. The panel may have some questions for you.
Thank you very much for the testimony. Can I just ask a couple of questions? First of all, as I understand it, you're well known as an activist, and is that the way the videos and the mothers contacted you, or was there something more formal?
That's a very good question.
This is a very good question. I started a campaign called "Our Camera is Our Weapon." And in this campaign, I have explained that the government has weapons, is armed, and always denies the killings. But the families, the mothers, have their camera, and they can record the killings. So I invited the families to become the narrators of their own suffering. And therefore, a lot of families from within Iran tell me their stories and send me their videos. As Mr. Sabi also indicated, this will frighten the Islamic Republic because the best and the strongest testimony and witnesses are the families. If it were not because of the families, I would not have been able to have any voice to say anything. The family of Ibrahim Kitabdar was threatened. Mr. Hossein Salami told that family that if they have any contacts with me, Masih Ali-Nejad, if they send me any film, they would imprison him. She resisted it, stood in front of them and said, "You can kill me, but I will work until the day that Khamenei is put in prison." The mother of Puya also the same. They are under pressure. Nevertheless, they decide to send their stories through their cameras because they know that it will be heard by international fora.
And just to get a bit of your background,
My background.
Yes, in terms of how you ended up in the US and how you became subject to the regime's attempt to rendition you.
داستان زندگی من یک
The story of my life is this. I was a journalist inside Iran. I don't actually even know where to start because the story of my life is also different. I come from a very small village from the north of Iran. I grew up in a very conservative, religious, traditional family. And I was dismissed from everywhere. The high school threw me out because I was too inquisitive. The Majlis threw me out because I disclosed the salary slips of the parliamentarians. If somebody in Europe does that, they give them a prize. Then I started writing. I critiqued them in my articles, and they took it out from me. I criticized Ahmadinejad. They took it out. They took it from me, and they threw me out of everywhere, social media, etc. But they could not take Iran out of me. People knew me when I was in Iran, and still they keep the relationship with me, the contacts with me. And the campaign that I have started is that every individual Iranian can become his or her medium, his or her representative through their own camera. That's what I'm doing. I don't know whether my answer suffices or not. If not, I can go into more detail.
و سال 88 هم البته.
And in 1988, when there was a widespread protest, at that time I contacted 57 families of those who had been killed, families who wanted to come to me and talk to me, and at that time I documented their voices, and it could be for that reason that also the families of those who were killed in Aban knew of me and came to me.
In relation to the women that spoke who'd lost their sons, one of them, I think the last one, whose name I missed, she spoke about an informal group of women.
محبوبه.
Right, and can you tell us about that group?
The group of mothers.
The group of mothers.
In Iran, the movement of seeking justice has a long history. It started from the Khavaran cemetery when group executions were formed and were done. And mothers found each other and contacted each other. And this is something that has continued. That's to say that in the different decades when people are killed, their mothers find each other somehow. And meeting each other makes them stronger. They overcome their silence, and their petitions become international. And Pejman Qolipur and Puya's mothers are two of these. They said they decided to be together with each other and to protest together because the mother and the son were on the street together in the Aban protest when the children were killed. So they decided that instead of filing a complaint with the authorities, they decided to go to the same street holding the pictures of their children and protest there. They said that our children were killed because they protested on the streets. We are not going to go to the authorities to file our complaint, and we are going to go to the street and say no to the government of the Islamic Republic. And the mother of Pejman Qolipur, that's what she said when I talked to her. She said we started with the other mothers to become the voice of the protest of our friends, but now they say that we are criminals. For example, when they arrested the mothers, they were told that they are like thieves, like a criminal. They have to hold a number in front of their chest to be photographed, and then they are going to record, to make a rap sheet for them, as you would say. And they said our crime is only the picture of our children that we brought them to the street. So as beside this number that you are putting on our chest, we are also putting the picture of our children, so that anybody who looks at these pictures will know that what we have done is that. So these mothers who on Azadi Square are being beaten up, are being arrested, are physically searched, are threatened that their other children are going to be killed, also they have a common demand, and their demand is that they are seeking justice, and they say that we want the murderers of our children to be condemned and to be tried in international fora.
Sorry, thank you very much. Apart from video material, have you written articles on the situation in Iran and what has happened?
You are asking me whether I have written articles. You are asking me whether I have written articles in English regarding the situation in Iran. Yes, I have.
خیلی.
Many of them. I have written many. It's my job, it's my occupation, and especially when I see that the protests in Iran are not heard in international media, and especially when I see that the protests are connected only to the rise in the price of petrol, I try to write about it And parallel to that, I bring in my interviews with the families of the killed people, etc. I have written in the Washington Post, for example, right now that I am talking to you, Channel 1 of the Dutch television right now, today, has talked about it. The important newspaper in Belgium has reflected something from the mother of Pejman Gholipur. I have written in the televisions of the world, I have written that the protests are on the streets without any weapons, but the response is bullets. And the Aban protests, it's not that they had only protested, they were arrested and they were taken to prison, and many of them were condemned in prisons. The mother of Mahmoud Morad Hosseini, the mother of another killed person, and many others, they took part in the protests, and they immediately arrested them, and they were condemned to execution. Afsari was one of them who was arrested in the month after, in Deimah. He was a wrestler, and I have written a lot of articles about him, and I even had a campaign in Iran. I invited sports people to come and to talk that when you protest in Iran, either they are going to hang you, either they are going to torture you in prison until you die, or they shoot a bullet to you until you die. Or the protests of many families whose children were killed under torture in prison. Sardar Beheshti is one of them. This was the 9th anniversary, and on the 9th anniversary of the son who was killed under torture, the mother was also arrested. And this is a fact that many of my colleagues are trying to write international forum about it, and I have written a lot about it myself.
I'm more interested in articles about what happened in November 2019, say from the 16th to the 20th of November or thereabouts. Would there be many of those articles that you have written?
In all the articles that I have written, I have preferred to base it on the witnesses in Iran, the families of those who were killed or those who were tortured, etc. So I wanted to narrate with their voice, because I was not in Iran myself, and I could be accused of writing and giving the wrong information. So I chose what could not be denied by the government of Iran, something which is undeniable. Incidentally, the father of Wahid Dadvar sent me his voice today. It will be very interesting if it could be translated. He's telling me wherever you go and whenever you talk, microphone, please. Dear Masih, he's saying, if you go to the Aban Tribunal and if they ask you what happened to us, how our children were killed, how the bodies were delivered, how through so much, to what length they went to fabricate files about the families, you can contact me via Skype from the tribunal itself, so that I can tell you in Persian and you can translate it in English, so that there is somebody living who talks about it and is present who talks about it directly, so that they can hear from the father of one of them, Wahid Dadvar's father, so that everybody over there, the tribunal, can see that it's not fabricated. Because in Iran, they can say it's fabricated. This girl goes and talks about these things. They're all fabricated. In effect, many of the pieces of news that we publish about Aban is denied by the Islamic Republic through their radio television, or they contradict it through their own lobbies, because they have international lobby organs. So I decided as an investigative journalist to give the Tribune to the families of those who were killed, to their mothers, their fathers, so that through them I can write about what happened during Aban. Particularly, when we see that the families of the killed people are accused in international media of violence. They said that the protesters themselves were those who started the violence. Those are the disruptors, the rioters, and these are the same mothers who were present there with their children, along with them. And they started the violence. I just received another message from Ali Reza Sheidai, one of those people who was killed in Aban. He was killed in the embrace of the brother. The brother got ill afterwards because they were both of them together, and he was protecting the brother not to go to the protest. He was shot by a bullet, and the other brother wanted to take him to the hospital, and he died before he reached the hospital. So I would like to say, in answer to your question, that I would like to reflect it in international media, because many of them are ignorant about it, and many of them have to give a guarantee that they will write only about what the government wants. The CNN and New York Times, they cannot write whatever they want. So I decided to write what I want. I decided to interview those courageous families who talk to me and to reflect their voice in international media so that their voice can be heard.
Okay, I'll try to be quick now. You said 25 families. Would that mean about 25 children who had died, or more than 25 children, referring to those 25 families alone? Don't go broader now. The question is simple. You spoke to 25 families. Would that mean 25 children or more?
من نفهمیدم. سوال رو متوجه نشدم.
Sorry, I could not understand your question.
داره که داکیومنتری که مستندی که تعیین کردی گفتید راجع به 25 خانواده است. آیا این نشان دهنده
said that you had talked about 25 families. Were they related to 25 who were killed or more? Their number was much more. I only succeeded to talk about 25 families because on TV, the image of the picture of these families and mothers should have been seen. Since I cannot just talk on TV only by myself, I could only refer to these 25. But there is an Instagram page on which you can find so many families and mothers who have sent reports on because they can stay anonymous. I have talked to many other families who cannot talk about their children. Mohammad Tahiri, Mohsen Mohammadpur. These are the individuals who have been killed. Ahmad Tamimi in Ahvaz. His mother is now in prison. She cannot speak. Mohsen Mohammadpur was a laborer, 17-year-old laborer. All of you have seen his picture. His picture is up there. Nikyar Isfandiyari, Omid Rezai. Those pictures are all known to me. Their mothers cannot speak out. Therefore, the number of those killed are much more. But our number is low, and threat is a lot, pressure is a lot. Therefore, all families cannot speak out. I even believe that the number of those killed is above 1,500 because some of the researchers and investigators, some of the professors in the U.S. and researchers in the U.S. have prepared a report that in Pais, in autumn in Aban, the number of those killed and buried were much higher than normal cases. But as an investigative journalist, I was only able to record the story of 25 of those who were killed.
Let me try once again. We seem not to be understanding each other. Okay, just think about only the 25 families on whom you made videos. Don't go beyond that now. Just train your mind on that.
Sure.
Now, wait a minute. Those 25 families only, did they relate to 25 children or more than 25 children? Only those families. That's all I want to know.
من فکر می‌کنم که آقای
I think that Mr. Sabi did not understand the question either, and therefore he did not translate it properly to me either. Now the question is that I'm accusing you so that I would not be only accused alone. The 25 people who I interviewed, they want to see whether they were only representing 25 victims. What a correct question, because in Behbahan, only from one family, 2 brothers were killed. Your question is a very right and correct and timely one. I'm really ashamed that I sometimes forget this. So it seems that, do you feel that you're, if you cannot remember all the names, do you also feel sorry? And Ahmad Tamimi was one of the children of that mother died during the demonstrations, but her other child was also executed later. As far as I know, yes, in some of the families there were 2 people who were killed. And I will provide the tribunal with further documents, especially that the situation is continuing. And many other families are sending me further documents, and I will provide you with these documents.
Right. Then, again, no, that's fine. That's fine. You are not expected to remember names, but that's a good general idea. Then the final thing is these 25 families. Let's not go broader now. Only these 25 families. Did they come from a particular province, from a particular area, or did they come from all from 25 different provinces? Was there? I just want to get some idea of where they came from.
First of all,
Since I know that many parents are listening to the court, I cannot really decline from mentioning the names. So that's why I need, and I think that I have to mention the names of the 2 brothers who died. Mehrdad Dashti. I've lost his brother's name. There were 2 brothers who are both called Dashti. They were both killed in one day. But many of those who were killed were from Ahwaz. They were killed by military weapons in a bamboo farm. I don't have correct information. Many of these families were threatened not to talk. Therefore, I don't have exact information. There has been a lot of reports on the violence of the authorities. But many of the families in Khuzestan have kept silent because their family members have also been threatened of death. But I may say that in Shiraz, in Behbahan, and in Karaj, there are many of those who were killed were from among the laborers. There were some who were killed from the middle-class families, but most of those who were killed were from the labor families. And contrary to to the previous protests, the protests here did not start in Tehran. Rather, they started in smaller cities and districts. And it was for the first time that sometimes we heard the names of some of these districts and names, because those who were killed in these areas led to the names of these places to be heard by the media. Therefore, some of these objections started from remote areas, from remote provinces in Iran.
It was, I take the point that it was from remote areas, it was mainly from laboring people and not too many from middle-class people. If you can get some exact numbers, you can give them to the prosecution later. Just one more thing. Did they belong to, we talked about class, let's talk about religious grouping. Did most of the people who were killed belong to maybe a particular subgrouping, or you think that it involved all religious groupings? And if you don't know, then tell us that you're not sure.
Iran is a pluralistic society. People who are religious and believe in the Shi'i imams, and those who are really and those who really hate Islam. There are some Baha'is, there are some Zoroastrians, and there are some people who have no religion. I have to be honest because I have promised to say the truth. There are some people who do not believe in Islam at all and who were killed during these protests. And there have been some people who pictures, when you see, you will realize that they were wearing black clothes, and they were in fact mourning for the third Shia Imam. And since I have declared to be truthful, I should say that the mothers of those children who were religious and were in fact mourning for the third Shia Imam have now put black banners at their house, and they say that they don't believe in Muharram anymore, and their Muharram, that they were the third Shia Imam was killed, is Aban killing now. And Muhammad Zahra was one of the other people who was killed, and in the Shi'i culture has always been said that the Shi'i imams were killed without being given water. And when he was killed, he was taken to the hospital, and they asked their family to pay for the cost of the bullet, and his hand was cut off. And that boy went into coma. He was not able to speak after he came out of coma. Since he was not able to speak, on paper he wrote, and one of his hands was cut off, and he wrote that, "I am thirsty." His mother, whenever I interview her, I cannot help her focus on saying anything else, because she just repeats that my son was killed thirsty. Because I have come from a country where for 40 years the officials of my country have been crying for the thirsty horse of the third Shia Imam. And this mother who has come from a religious family says that, "Why did you kill my son thirsty?" This is the story of the mothers. And some of them were religious, and now they are angry. And some of them were not religious from the very beginning, and their story on Instagram shows it, and you can see that. And some of them, we do not know what the religious affiliations have been. The Islamic Republic had given money to many of the people. It paid blood money so that they would keep silent, with the condition of keeping silent. Some of the families took the blood money because they knew that this would turn into a document to be presented to the international tribunals to stress that this blood money shows that the Islamic Republic has been the killer of their children. But there are many poor families, because they were threatened that if they had received the blood money, they should also keep silent. Their children were introduced as martyrs, and they were forced to keep silent. We don't know the religious affiliation of these children. We just hear the voice of the families who have been under pressure.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry to have bothered you and other people as much as I did. Thank you.
خیلی ممنونم به خاطر سوالای خوبی که پرسیدین و به من فرصت دادین که در مورد
The opportunity to talk about the families of those killed.
Hi, I have two clarification questions, if I may. Let me know if I misheard you, but I think you said at one point that the coverage of what was happening was only limited to the link with the rise in fuel prices. Are you suggesting that there was a more reason for people to protest than that?
خیلی خوشحالم که این سوال رو پرسیدین.
I'm really happy that you asked this question. In all international media, I heard and I read, and you also did, that on the early days they were saying that the protests were because of the increase in the prices of petrol. But from the very first day, you could hear slogans that said "Death to Khamenei, death to dictator," and the like. When in the second anniversary of Aban, all the petrol stations were hacked, and on the petrol stations it was written, Khamenei, where is our petrol? I had an interview with Ibrahim Kitabdar's mother, Ibrahim, and many other mothers, and they said that even that slogan over there is wrong, because our children did not go out for petrol. We say, where are our children? Where is our right? Where is justice? Where is freedom? Where is dignity? And this was the slogan that all the protesters were chanting on the streets. It has been 2 years that whenever the protesters come to the streets, it is true that they have problems, subsistence problems. But in their protests in Day and in Aban, they clearly say that they don't want Islamic Republic. They don't want the mullahs to rule. And petrol was just an excuse. And this is an issue that really annoys many of the mothers, that why their voice is not being heard in the international media, that their objection is because they don't want the system, the regime. And when their children were killed and they went to the burial places, they repeated the same slogan. They said that they won't take part in the elections because their children were killed because of saying no to the Islamic Republic, not to the increase in the prices of oil.
Thank you so much for that clarification. One more clarification, if I may. You spoke about some of the families taking il-diya, the blood money, and that there was documentation presented with that. Is that what you're suggesting, that there is some kind of documentation that shows that exchange of money and could be some kind of evidence of the government actually making the payment?
I want to ask for permission to ask families to talk about blood money, and I will certainly provide the tribunal with all the documents the families have provided me with on blood money. This is a topic that is best to be spoken by the families. Many of the families did not keep silent after, and they believed that the blood money meant that they could use it as a document in the international tribunals, and this indicated that the Islamic Republic accepted that they had committed a murder, and therefore they paid the blood money. That's why I will provide the tribunal with the necessary documents in this respect.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mrs. Alineza. You are really representing the voice of the mothers who lost their children.
Thank you.
You mentioned about a mother who experienced sexual harassment during their protest. And I also learned from the council this morning and other report that a security agent and some prison official use widespread torture and other ill treatment against men, women, children detained, including sexual violence through stripping, forced nakedness, and so on. And do you have any information that women also experience sexual violence when they are detained?
I am really ashamed that at every moment I'm receiving messages from the mothers of those killed that why I did not explain the story of their children, and this really affects my conscience. This is the first popular tribunal being held in this respect, and everybody is waiting for their children to be mentioned. The families whose children were arrested and imprisoned, they said that they had been threatened of sexual rape many times. I should say that this is a taboo in Iran still, but I am ready to provide documents in this respect to the court. But apart from that, many of the mothers who are seeking justice, they are being labeled by the Islamic Republic, and even during the interrogations, they are being humiliated by using sexual words against them, and this will really affect them and would torture them. It breaks their hearts. One of the mothers said that during the interrogation she had a mother whose child was killed. She was told that we can make a case for you that you would not be able to hold your head high before the other mothers after. And women, Iranians know what this means. When they say that they can build up a case, that they could humiliate one person and be a scandal for the individual, everybody would understand what that means. Many of the families have been threatened that if they speak out, maybe not us, but maybe your daughters may be raped. The children, the families of the Aban have been brave. They are not afraid, but allow me not to talk about this issue from myself, and I ask the families to provide their documents themselves, and they can testify in this respect themselves. And I'm really grateful that you expressed your feelings and sentiments before coming to this tribunal. I should say, honestly, I have been under great mental pressure because I'm a mother myself. It has been 2 years that I have not seen my child, and my heart starts beating up. And then I think that mothers were not able to see their children, and they were beaten up, they were tortured, they were physically searched. And seeing these mothers is not easy. I'm really grateful to you to showing your sentiments. I had promised to myself not to cry and to try to be the voice of these mothers, but still I was not successful. A small part of the sufferings of the children was just presented here. One of the mothers is in mental hospital now. And whenever the mothers gather, they take this mother from the hospital so that they would see the mothers of the other children so that she would become a little bit better. But they hold her hands because they're just afraid that she might hit herself or she might just throw herself before a car in the street. If you want the family of that the families can come and talk how far they are trying to prevent this mother from committing suicide. Or the mother who wrote to me at the last moment that 2 years it is difficult to tolerate 2 years being away from a child, and I'm surprised at how I could tolerate it myself. I always wish that I go away from the world, and my, in fact, birthday present was to go away from this world, because many of the those who were killed, they considered the day their children were killed as their birthday or the birthday of the children. Thank you for expressing your sentiments.
Could I ask on a different subject, please? One of the things we have to decide. Can you hear me?
Not really. Just...
Sorry. One of the things we have to decide is what happened during the protests, and you've expressed quite a forthright view that the protesters were not armed and they were not violent. And I was just wondering where your information came from.
First of all,
before anything else, I have to say that the Islamic Republic cut off the internet for 3 days. No, it was more than 3 days. But when the internet was cut off, we did not have any precise and correct information. And before the internet was cut off and right after it was restored, a lot of videos, films was received from people that showed what was happening on the streets. It was the police force that were breaking the windows of shops, of cars. They were destroying things. Why? So that they could reproach all the protesters and say, no, the violence is yours by the protesters. And you can see that in the videos which have been made by people, how these people who are actually clad in military uniforms, how they set fire to banks, for example. But during all this time, we have heard from the government that Amir Hossein Moradi, who was executed, of course, and somebody else who is in furlough because of serious illness, was accused of being violent. Him and the other protesters are those who themselves and also their families have time and again announced and declared that they never had any weapons, but they were forced to confess that they had. That's to say that a part of the accusations of the government, the document that they base everything on, is the forced confession of these people that they have under torture, forced to give them these confessions. But when we look at the videos, we see that their hands are empty. They had no weapons. So these mothers, the mother of Pejman and the other mothers who are going to be present here, they will tell you that we're only accompanying their children. They are not only looking for the justice for the blood of their children, they are also people who went with no weapons there. The mother of Puya Bakhtiari was a teacher. She did not take a weapon to go to the streets, but with her own eyes she saw that her child was killed by a weapon. The mother of Mahdi Daemi the mother who was with her child, she had no weapon. If she did have a weapon, she would not kneel down to save the child, would have defended automatically herself and the child. I mean, it is natural that if you see that your friend is going to be killed or your child is going to be killed, you're going to defend them. If you have a tear gas, you're going to throw it. And there's a video that shows that a child who is raising the hand, you can see that the child is telling the mother to be calm. Many of these videos that the Iranian people have prepared show that the violence was perpetrated actually by the police force, those people who were actually wearing their military uniform. And I think the most important witnesses are those who were actually accompanying their children. Thank you very much for asking this question.
I think that's all the questions from the panel. Council, do you have anything arising?
Thank you, sir. I do not have a question for the witness, but while she was giving evidence, she referred to the mother of Puya Bakhtiari, one of the first ones who were killed during the demonstrations. She's now online and is requesting to be heard by the panel. Would you agree that we interpose her?
الان آنلاین هستن مادر پویا بختیاری.
The mother of Puya Bakhtiari is online right now? Yes, so I should go then.
خیلی از مادران اینجا برام نوشتن.
Many of the mothers have written me, the mother of Ibrahim, the other mothers, they are the real witnesses.
It's something the panel is prepared to hear, and yes,
shall be called Ms. Nahid Shirazipur. Shirpishe, sorry, Ms. Nahid Shir.
ناهید شیرپیشه که مادر
Obviously, she has not filed any statement.
No. Will you ask questions, Council?
من بگیرمشون یا شما دارید میگیرید؟
نه،
من.
Mr. Sabi, before we hear from the next witness, would the current witness like to step down? Have we completed her testimony?
May I suggest that she stays while Ms.
Okay.
Mother of Puya also gives evidence. You heard her talking to the witness before.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Shirpishe. Can you state your name to the tribunal?
Yes, my name is Nahid Shirpishe. I am the mother of Puya Bakhtiari who lost his life for his country. I am a teacher and I was retired last year. Along with my son, I was there on the 25th of Aban. We were there in one of the streets near where we live. We participated in the demonstrations in a civil protest. We participated in it, and after an hour, Puya was killed.
Sorry to... Just a moment, madam, please. Could I just ask you to take an oath, please, to tell the truth, and then we can continue with your testimony. So if you would repeat after me. I solemnly declare that I will speak the truth.
I swear to tell the truth, and I am...
The truth. I solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. If you just repeat that.
I solemnly swear to tell the truth, not to tell anything but the truth in this tribunal where I am virtually present.
Let's continue.
Shall I introduce myself again?
Continue. with your statement.
My son and myself, we participated in the protests of Aban on the 25th of the month of Aban, and we were there for an hour and a half, and we were on the street in the protests. Unfortunately, I saw the body of Puya, and I saw the body being carried by people, and people were saying, "I'm going to kill the one who killed my brother." And all of a sudden, I saw the body of my son. And in great surprise, I looked at this body and I saw that the person that they are carrying on their shoulders is my son. I could not believe it. And at that moment, I cried out and I said, "It's my son, it's my son." And after we got Puyan to the hospital, I thought that he was just wounded, but the bullet that had hit his head had just taken his life away from him, his sweet life away from him during the first few moments. They took the right to live from my son. This is an unforgivable sin for a crime that he had not committed. He had just protested. And that is a 40-year offense. And for a background, I should say that that was one of the many thousands of the oppressions that the government had imposed on the people. And this was a spark to pull me and my son and thousands of other Iranians to the streets. And the response was bullets, shooting bullets directly to the head of my son. My son loved calm, loved peace. He supported the environment. He was an engineer in electronics. He liked literature, poems, proofs. He was well educated. He liked sports. He did sports, and he did have many other qualities, good qualities that any educated young person could have. All these qualities my son had, and impecunious, and without carrying anything in our hands, we went to the protest, and in response to a civil protest, which is one of the basic rights of any human being who lives in a country, we received bullets. The military forces, the special guards, and the other officials of the Islamic Republic, I saw them that evening. I saw them with weapons, but I never thought that they would use their weapons as a tool to kill Iranians. I thought that this is for show, just to intimidate the protesters. I never thought that they would shoot the head of my son with their weapons. I thought that the bullets were artificial. I thought and I had never seen or heard that you would aim at a protester, a simple protester, during the first hours of a protest, and you shoot them directly to the head, the heart, and as they would say themselves, that's how they did it. Even shot people in the leg. When we put in the media the news of the killing of Puya, we were the first family that had lost a son in Aban. It went viral because we were the first family that had had the courage to talk about this deliberate murder of the shameful Islamic Republic of Iran. Not only that the Iranian population would hear about it, but the international community would hear about it. And we did not fear at all what the consequences would be and what problems and troubles would arise for us until the day of the second day of Farvardin, which was a few days before. Sorry, says the speaker. The second of day, the month of day, 3 days before the 40th day of the death of my son, when Mr. Bakhtiyari, the father of Puyan, called on people to come and participate in the memorial service to be held on the 40th day of my son. We were asked to go to the Ministry of Intelligence, and they tried very much to dissuade us from doing so. We did not accept it. We did not want to let go of this memorial because the memorial was the right of the person who was killed during the Aban protest. And after this summons to the Ministry of Intelligence and the interrogation and the threats on the second day of 3 days before the 5th of May, they invaded our house. It was 12:30 at night, 1 o'clock in the morning, and I can say perhaps 50 people invaded our house with crowbars and weapons, and they had cameras. They had handcuffs. They handcuffed us. They blindfolded us. And they arrested 11 members of our family, whether Pishe or Bakhtiyari. They were all arrested on that night, and they were taken to prison. And we could not participate in the service on the 40th day after the death of my son. After that, after being released from prison, of course, I have to say that when we were interrogated, one of the interrogators told my daughter and said, "I killed your brother." So he actually confessed. He admitted that he had killed my son, exactly as frankly as I am saying it, exactly as shamelessly as I am saying it. And after we were released from prison, continuously we were threatened through phone calls. We were given ultimatums. Our house was attacked every time. They arrest us, we detain us, they threaten us, and they always say because of security reasons, your offense is going to be very heavy. Why? My son has been killed. Why is it that our offense, our crime is going to be, our charges are going to be very heavy? In what country, in what place, if you seek justice, it is going to be an offense, it's going to be a crime. Now it is almost 2 years that Puya has been killed by the dirty, shameless government of Iran. Why should the father still be in prison? More than 1 year, the father of Puya is spent in prison. Even right now, he is in prison. He is in solitary confinement. He has no right to contact the outside world. He is prohibited to have contacts. He is prohibited to receive visitors. And what they are asking is that he has to ignore his petition. And he does not accept. And why should he accept? For what crime was my son killed? And our crime is nothing but to demand that the regime and the government answer our question and say why it is that our children were killed. And because they have no response to give to this question, because they don't have a logical response to give us, ultimately they resort to force, to threats. They imprison us, they detain us, they arrest us, and they threaten us to all of these. And each time that they call us on telephone, they say, right now we are going to come and we are going to arrest you. But we have no fear of being arrested because we know that we have the right on our side. And definitely, I am right. I am justified as a mother, Bakhtiyari as a father, and all the mothers and fathers whose children were killed innocently during the protests, even the young people who were not protesters and were just passers-by or were coming back from their work to their house or doing their shopping or they were doing something on the street. Even they were killed. And for what reason were they killed?
Ms. Shirpishik.
Can anybody say why they
Yes.
shot people who were just protesting? We were among
Can I ask you a
protesters. We had nothing in our hands. We were only given slogans. We were giving slogans against the 40-year oppression in Iran that is imposed on every Iranian. And unfortunately, when I hear what the authorities themselves say to the effect that we have a free country and Iranians have the freedom of speech, I really bitterly chuckle and I have a bitter smile on my lips about this because it's very well known what the response is. The photo of my son, Puya Bakhtiyari, that you can see on my chest. Is this how they give the right of protest to Iranians? Is this the way they give the freedom of speech to us?
Thank you, Ms. Shirpishe, for your contribution. The panel may have some questions for you.
Thank you very much. The panel offers its condolences to you, and we're very sorry to hear of everything that's happened. I just have a few questions. You indicated that you were outside when the events took place. Are you able to describe for us in some detail what was happening on the streets? How many people were around? Can you describe in some detail so we have a picture of what was happening?
Yes. Since I'm a teacher and my shift had finished, I was going home from school. I got caught in traffic for 3 hours. My son, since he is very kind, was very kind, while I was in traffic, he constantly called me and asked me what I was doing and whether I had arrived home or not. After 3 hours, I got home anyway. I called my son and I asked him to come to our house for lunch. He said he was busy in the workshop and he will come 1 or 2 hours later. In the evening, in the afternoon, about 4 or 5 in the afternoon, Poya came home after his work. I warmed up some food, and after he had his food, he said that it is quite busy outside. People are protesting, and I would like to take part in the protests. Do you want to join me? Since me and my son had similar viewpoints, and we had seen that in the past 40 years, the government of the Islamic Republic has been incapable of managing the country and has only been plundering the country and had taken control of everything. And we Iranians had in fact been occupied. And our country is an occupied country. And we as Iranians feel like hostages. And I feel that I've been taken hostage in my own country, a country in which for 40 years we were told that we had foreign enemies, while my son was killed by direct bullet of an Iranian inside the country. And the enemies has been closer to us in the country from the vein of our neck and is trying to kill us at every moment. It's trying to arrest us. It's trying to put us into life imprisonment, execution, direct shot. It's trying to destroy Iranians in any way. Even it's not ready to buy coronavirus vaccine. Therefore, as a result, we all left house to protest. Puya said, "It is cold tonight. If you want to join me, wear warm clothes." And I wore warm clothes. I stood next to the door and I said, "I'm ready, my son. Let's go, Puya." I also would like to object. I'm also a protester. We left home together and I told Puya we should only go there with the condition that we would not leave each other's hands. I put my hand around the arm of my son. I didn't want to leave my son at any condition, under any conditions, even when there was danger threatening us. I wanted to be exactly next to my son. But unfortunately, after tear gas was thrown, I had to take my hands towards my eyes because it was burning and I could not breathe properly. My respiratory system had a problem. I closed my eyes at that moment for a moment, and the crowd pushed Puya away, and we lost each other.
Thank you. You are.
This is how me and my son got separated. And I never touched the hand of my son after. And the last time I saw my son was when Puya was on the hands of the people. His beautiful body was on the hands of the people, and he was dead. And he was being carried by people, and I was witnessing this horrendous scene, and I can never forget this scene. Never.
Thank you for sharing with us. I just have an additional question. You indicated that you, one of the interrogators indicated to you, "I killed your son." Are you able to provide any more details about that? Who was this interrogator? Do you have any information about that? And how did you follow up after that?
We did not have the right to see our interrogators. We were blindfolded. We were taken out of our cells, me, my daughter, and the other members of my family who were arrested and were interrogated on those days. We were all interrogated blindfoldedly. And we were not able to see the face of any of these interrogators, and we could only hear their voices. My daughter was told that, "Well, just think that I have killed your brother." That's what she was told. My daughter was told that. But after we were released and we were summoned several times to the State Security and Intelligence Center, we were told that the rioters, rebels have killed my son. This is while my son had no enemies, and these were just the fiction of their own imagination. It is not hidden to any Iranian that where this comes from, and who had issued the killing verdict, the murder verdict of all these young people. We all well know that this murder was intentional, and it was ordered from the top officials of the country. And we want the individual who ordered this murder to be taken to trial, to be taken to justice. The one who ordered, the one who implemented the order should be taken to court. All the individuals who were involved in this crime should be taken to trial, into a legal trial. We ask the international community and we ask those responsible for human rights to follow up the case of the killing of 4,811 of those who have been killed, and maybe even more, of the Iranian children. So we ask the international community to follow the cases of the murder of our children, the children of people who have been killed by direct shooting.
Oh, sorry.
Even they were not shot at their legs and their arms. They were, in order to intimidate them, rather they were being shot to kill. They wanted to destroy and to kill our young people. I asked the international community and the International Tribunal to also chase the case of the father of Pooya Bakhtiari and to see what they can do to have him released, because this would be the fate of Manuchehr Bakhtiari as well. The fate of Manuchehr Bakhtiari affects all the members of Shirpishe and Bakhtiari, and the same may happen to the other members of our family as well. I may just leave the house and I may be arrested too. I may not even leave the house. They may just come in, break the house and come and arrest me. Who's going to respond after? Even the uncle of Pooya, Mehdad Bakhtiari, is being condemned to 5 months of imprisonment, and he is being called every month that be careful, we're going to come and arrest you and take you to prison, and he is being threatened all the time. I'm being threatened, my family are being threatened, Bakhtiari's family are being threatened all the time. And where should we take our justice-seeking voice? In Iran, we have no authority through which we could ask for justice.
Can I? Sorry. Could you just repeat what you just said, please? The last sentence.
I just said we are deprived of all our civil rights. My family have been deprived of all civil rights.
Could I ask you a couple of questions? Could I ask you a couple of questions, please? One, I think you mentioned that the father of Pooya was being held in prison. Is that right? Where is he being held, and how was it that he was arrested, and who by?
He was arrested in his brother's house. The government officials attacked the house of his brother, arrested him violently, put him in a car, and I think that they even put him in the boot of the car so that he would not be seen, because they didn't want anyone to see him on the way. That's how they took him to prison. And we were not aware of him for 70 days. And when my daughter was worried about her father and did not have any news of her father and called to see how her father was doing. I was witnessing their conversation, the conversation of my daughter with the intelligence office, and she was being told that Ms. Shirpishe's crime is also heavy. What does this have to do with that? When my daughter is worried about her father, and she is only trying to see how her father is, should she be told that her mother's crime is also heavy? Your mother will be arrested too? That's what my daughter was told. And I said, your crime is heavy. Your case is a heavy one. You killed my son without any crime. You murdered my son and said, okay, no problem, we'll come and arrest you too.
You mentioned that they said to him that he has to ignore his petition. That's the only way he'll get released, was what I took from that. What is his petition? What is it that he's expected to abandon before he can be released?
Seeking justice is a grave crime in Iran. And this is what we realized since my son was killed. We have committed no crime. I am a teacher. I used to go to school every day. I used to teach with love every day. I did my duty in the best way, and I went back home. We were a very simple family, living a simple life. We had an average life, middle-class life. We were neither members of any group or party, and we did not have any political activity. We had a very simple life until on 25th of Aban, as I explained, in such a way my son was killed. And since we said and we objected to the killing of my son, we became criminals. And from that moment on, we have been prosecuted. We are under threat, and the government is threatening us, and we never feel safe. We have never felt safe afterwards. All the members of my family, Puya Bakhtiari's family, have been banned from leaving the country, and the arrest warrant has been issued for all the members of our families. Our mobile phones have been taken from us several times. They have never been returned to us. And even the mobile phone of my son, which could have been the most valuable memory of my son, because it included some pictures and films of our family, which was taken by him. That telephone has also been taken by the security and intelligence agents after they attacked our family on 2nd of day. When they attacked our family, there were 50 of them who attacked our family. They searched all the house, and they took the pictures of my son from the wall, and they took all the banners off the walls in a rude manner. They tore everything apart, while me as a mother have the right and should have the right to put the picture of my son on the wall. So I'm deprived of even that right. And the laptop of my son, his card, his memory diary, and my diary, and all the objects that belong to Puya were taken from our house. And now it is about 2 years which has passed, and none of these objects have been returned to us. Puya's birth certificate, death certificate have also been taken, so that we will not be able to use them and to show them anywhere. I'm really sorry for my government for doing this murder and for covering this murder by taking all these objects. These objects belong to Puya. They are all valuable to us. And now I have no picture, no film of my son. All the contents of his mobile phone are away from me. Should the information of Puya be in the hands of the intelligence service of Iran, or should they be with me? My mobile phone was also taken 3 days after the birthday of Puya in Shahribar, 22nd of Shahribar. While I was very sorry, very upset, I was living in my own house alone, where me and Puya, as you can see in the film, we lived under one ceiling and one roof. And in the absence of Puya, now I'm living in that house alone. So I was there sitting alone, and you can imagine what the situation would be, what the atmosphere would be when a mother's son is absent and the only companion of that mother was her son. So you can see how difficult such a situation would be for a mother. I suddenly saw that 4 people attacked my house and entered the house without any warning. I didn't even have my Islamic hijab, and this is why they always have been quite sensitive to Islamic hijab. And in the past 40 years, they have always stressed the importance of hijab. And when I told them that I need to have my Islamic hijab, they didn't give me any chance, and they just entered the house so suddenly. And they searched the entire house. They took my phone by force from my hand, out of my hand, and they took my diary, my memory book, and whatever I had in order to be in that I could have used to communicate or to show as documents on the killing of my son. They took them all away from us.
Thank you very much for the testimony. I don't think there are any more questions from the panel. Oh, I beg your pardon, there is.
Sorry, I have to ask you some questions. I want you to put your mind to what was happening before the tear gas. Can you do that for me? Just think about what was happening there before the tear gas. Can you do that for me? And then I'll ask you some questions. I'll give you a little bit of time. Think about what happened just before the tear gas, what was happening at that time. When you are ready, then I will ask you the questions about that.
When we were on the street, that's to say me and my son, there was a great number of people there. I can say 10,000 people in the neighborhood that we were.
Hold on a minute. Hold on. I will ask you some quick questions, one after the other. So if you just bear with me a little. So you said 10,000 people. I just want to get some idea because I'm a little slow in these things, you see. 10,000 people, were they men and women or both men and women there? Just tell me that and then I'll ask you the next question, please.
These were just normal people. They had no weapons.
Hold on, I'm sorry. I understand that they had no weapons and so on, right? Now, let me try again, because I want to get this written down properly, if we can. So you say there were lots of people there. Just think a little. Were there men and women? Of all ages, all groups? Were there lots of children? What's your thinking about that? Just tell me that.
Yes, yes, there were normal families there. You could see any age. As I told you before, you could even see people who were not even protesters, who were just passers-by. They had just come out of their houses to run ordinary affairs, to go do the shopping, to go to the hospital, to go to where they worked, coming back from work. Or even children who were coming back home from school, even they were exposed to bullets.
Well, was there a lot of noise around? Can you remember that? Was there noise around you, or was everything quiet?
She didn't hear your question because she was talking herself. Can you please repeat your question?
Oh, I'm sorry. Was there a lot of noise around you there just before the tear gas, or was it things were quiet?
Yeah, but there was noise because they were protesters. They were giving slogans. They were saying death to the dictator. It's not a bad slogan, you know. Why should anybody be offended? Do they consider themselves to be dictators? If they are dictators and they are offended, then they could come and declare publicly that they are dictators.
I understand that. I'm not here for that. So they were shouting death to the dictators. Were they singing songs as well?
No, I didn't hear, but they were united. People were united to ask for the right of freedom, for bread, for livelihood. And there are many people who live in poverty. They are struggling with a lot of problems, unemployment, addiction, poverty, and many of the destructions that have happened during the 40 years in the country, the corruptions, economic corruption, financial corruption, thefts, lack of security, lack of freedoms, etc. Many other things that exist in the country.
To the next question, which is, you see, I come from very far away, and I heard, reading in the newspaper, that the protests were because of the increase in the petrol price. Is that right, or is there something wrong with that newspaper report?
The rise in the price of petrol all of a sudden during one night, it was only a pretext. People's patience had come to the brim. They couldn't take it anymore. For 40 years, people have tolerated the pressure, and here and there, they have tried to protest and to make their voices heard by the government. They have not succeeded. So that night, all of a sudden, this sudden rise in the price of petrol, it became a trigger. It became a pretext for the people to just flow out in the streets, to rush to the streets. And myself and Puya, who went to the street that night, we could have managed, as far as our livelihood is concerned, we could have managed the rise in the price of petrol. But the continuation of thousands of this oppression and suppression that we had tolerated for 40 years, we couldn't take it anymore. It's like a cup which is full of water, a bowl which is full of water, and you need only one drop to make it overflow. The rise rise in the price of petrol, it was exactly like that. And that made us come to the street. We are noble, patient people, and we try to live with any kind of conditions. We had tolerated everything, always hoping for a better future, for brighter days. But when we saw that the passage of time is not solving any problems, and we saw that being patient makes us go deeper and deeper in our misery, and there is no other solution, no other result, we came to the conclusion that being patient is not proper anymore. We won't do it anymore. And it was for all Iranians, not only educated and Iranians with awareness, but all Iranians statewide. That's to say, even in far-off places, in villages, everybody, young and old, any class or stratum that you wanted to consider, they all know what kind of catastrophe this government has created for them, and that there is no hope that their lives are going to improve, and that they are going to have more comfort.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I understand that very well, and I know all about that kind of thing. Now, leave aside the other people for a moment. When the petrol price increased, when you heard about it, what were you thinking in your own head and in your own heart? And let's not worry about other people for a moment. Let's see what you were thinking, because you are here. The other people will tell us what they are thinking.
Well, definitely, you are also aware yourselves that the rise of the price in petrol would have a lot of consequences in the country. And consequently, it would also result in the rise in the price of many other items, food items, transportation, bus fare, and lots of other things that would be affected by this. And we knew that it would not end only with the rise in the price of petrol, that definitely we would have other rises in other prices for other things that we would have to take on, and other things that would be affected all over the country. And we felt that our president, who all of a sudden appeared on the television screen and says he did not know about it, well, what does that mean? If you're living in a country, the president of which says he's unaware of the sudden rise in the price of petrol, well, that means it's a country where the population doesn't count. And it's a population that does not enjoy any kind of human rights. They don't enjoy any. That's to say that no importance is given to the people. And personally, I felt that I had no dignity anymore. I was disrespected. As an Iranian, I saw that they do not attach any value, any worth to me as a human being. The government is not considering me. They do not consider any rights for me. And the president says he didn't know about it either. So on either case, I would like to condemn the president, Mr. Rouhani. If it is a president who knows about it, that is very unpleasant that a president all of a sudden rises the price of petrol threefold in one night. And if he did not know about it, well, that is extremely bitter and it's extremely hurtful that somebody at the highest authority of a country says he's unaware of the rise in the price of the most important item, which is fuel, which is petrol.
Okay, so you can accept that the tribunal understands the things that you have been talking about. I want to know a few things about the funeral, please, and I know it's going to be hard for you. Your sadness will come back again, but who decided where the funeral should be held?
Sorry, could you repeat your question? Could you? Yes, yes. Yes, we do need such a tribunal. We do need it very much, because when we have murderers who are at the highest authorities, where do we have to go to raise our voices?
I understand that. I understand that. Now, can we? Where was your son's funeral held? Where was the son's funeral? I'm just trying to understand that.
Yes, I understand. The day after Puya was killed, I was terribly ill. I was not conscious of what was happening, and any arrangements that being made in this respect. It was only the men in the family who were doing it, the relatives, the close people who were doing it. And in any event, they did take me to Behesht Sakineh, and they said that this is the burial day. I went to the room where Puya was laid out, and I feared participating in the ceremony because I thought I would not be able to do it. But I did go, and I sat on the bed that he was laid out, and I asked him to help me. And I talked to him. I said, Puya, it's a very difficult day today. Help me so that I can participate in your ceremony. Even my brother said, sister, let us not go. It's difficult. It's too difficult for me to go. But very determinedly, I said, no, we have to participate.
Okay.
Right. I asked my son to help me on the bed that he was laid out in his bedroom. I looked at his photo. I talked to him. I had a conversation. I said, Puya, please help me.
خانم شیرپیشه وقت ما بسیار محدوده. خواهشمندم دقت کنید. سوالاتی که از شما میشه دقیقاً فقط همون رو جواب بدید. ما خیلی وقت محدودی.
Questions carefully and only answer to the question squarely within the question. Don't give anything extra. Yes, and then we went to Behesht Sakineh. It is a cemetery which is within a 30-kilometer distance from our house, and we sat there until the evening. Mrs. Shirpishe, Mrs.
لطفاً تکرار میکنم فقط جواب سوال.
I would like to repeat, please answer the question and nothing else.
فقط جواب سوال بدید. Mr. Yaqub.
Okay. You'll be happy to know I've gone to my last question. Are you a very religious person, and what religion do you belong to?
Since I was born in a Muslim family from a father and mother who were Muslims, I am a Muslim, but I follow human principles, and my son was the same.
Okay, thank you very much, and I'm sorry to have troubled you so much. Thank you.
So I think that's no more questions from the panel.
No further questions.
Great.
And also the witness can be released.
Ms. Shirpashi, thank you very much for your testimony. Wait a moment. I know you had not planned to give testimony, but the panel has listened to everything you've said, and it's all very useful, and we're very grateful for the time you've spent and the effort, which we know was not easy. So thank you. I think maybe...
Thank you very much, Ms. Ali Nejad.
Thank you very much as well for you. Very valuable testimony. Thank you.
Shall we break for 15 minutes?
I think that would be a good idea. So back by 4:15, please. Okay, welcome back. We've got two more witnesses today. Obviously, we'll be starting again tomorrow, and we'll start tomorrow at 10. But for now, we've got two more witnesses. So let me turn to Mr. Sabi and ask him to call the next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our next witness is number 185. The witness is a close relative of a high-ranking religious figure in his city. For security reasons, the witness' name and identity is kept confidential. The witness' voice will be replaced by the voice of a member of the council team. The council has directly interviewed the witness and verified his identity. Witness 185. The chairman would direct you to...
I beg your pardon, sorry. Witness 185, before you begin your testimony, and thank you very much for attending, would you repeat the oath after me, please? I solemnly declare that I will speak the truth.
من سوگند می‌خورم
I solemnly declare to say the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
and nothing to say but the truth and the whole truth.
Over to you, Mr. Sabi.
Can the witness 185 please inform the tribunal as to the information you have received and how this information was relayed to you without disclosing the source of such information? This is the information about the events in Aban 1398.
بله 98 بنده از
Yes, 2019. I am one of the persons who is a confidant of the Friday prayer leader of my district, and he informs me of all the information. Because of the proximity that we have and the connection that we have, he talks with me about all these issues, and I've always observed the issues in this respect.
Can you please explain what was that you witnessed yourself?
من از بله
I will present to you some general points, and whenever you need further explanation, you may ask your questions. It was Friday when the prices of petrol tripled, and in our city or town, in a scattered manner, there were some protests in a peaceful manner. On Saturday, the following day after the announcement, the gatherings had been a bit aggravated, but they still remained peaceful until noon. And then the city became a bit overcrowded. So they closed down various centers, and people were on the street. It was 6 p.m. The city became really crowded. It was Saturday, 6 p.m. The city became really crowded. And the catastrophe started from 10 p.m. The internet was cut. When the internet was cut and people were still on the streets, the slogans started, and there were scattered riots. It started on Saturday, but it wasn't yet too deep and severe until Ayatollah Khamenei, in his lessons that he was presenting, he said that the people should support the leader, and suddenly he said that I'm not an expert. And this led the city to erupt in a manner. And our city erupted even further because of what he said. And there were some conflicts. The banks were burnt down, and such issues took place. And similar issues took place. And finally, the police force used firearms. And in some parts of our city, people were being targeted by firearms. On Sunday, still the protests continued, and the Provincial Security Council was held with the presence of the governor, the Friday prayer, the commander of RGC army, the judiciary. They all gathered, and the Friday prayer leader said that I've got my own forces, and his forces were a number of rioters who used some cold weapons. I was present in the session, and with the order of the Friday prayer leader, they left the session, and many of the people on the streets were being attacked by these plainclothes people. And this situation continued in all areas and streets. We could see such conflicts and beatings up, and the protests continued everywhere. So that's why the police forces couldn't control people. They brought in some further forces. Imam Ali brigade were brought there, and another brigade was brought there. They had G's free, and they had other firearms, and they had written order to target and shoot people if they could not control them. And the police force were to support them so that they would be able to shoot people in the torso and even in the head. And in the following session, the IRGC, the Guards Corps, took the control of the meeting. That is to say, the governor did not have any control over the meeting anymore. And the Friday prayer leader told them that you should wrap up the protests, and you should force people to go home. And up until the last one has gone home, you should do whatever you can to stop them from protesting. And even if you have to shed blood, it's not a problem. I take the responsibility, and I'll be responsible for the sin. The leader is upset, and we should wrap up the situation. And finally, the situation was wrapped up in our city. What I realized based on the statistics we received, I may say, without mentioning the names of the individuals, 120 people were killed in our town or city. And this, if we want to consider the same scale for the whole country, it would be a huge number. The number of death certificates that were issued were with other titles. That is to say, the Provincial Security Council was ordering that the death certificates should be issued under other names. So the reason for the death was being written something different by the coroner's office, and the families were warned that your children are there or here, and that's their burial place, and that is it. And this situation continued. And this was about the days of the riots. After that, we went to inspect. That is to say, the leader was ordered that you should go and visit people who have been arrested. So after a few days, after 2 days, we were hearing from here and there that the people who had not been really involved, or their relatives who had a good financial situation, were able to pay bribes and bring their children out. And there were still some other people who were left in the prisons, and their situation was even worse than those who were killed, I may say. and that is to say, if they were killed, they were in a better situation than being interrogated in the prisons. So I may dare to say that their situation was even worse than those who were killed. So we went and inspected these individuals who were arrested. The prisons had a very bad situation, mentally speaking, psychologically speaking. The prisons were under severe pressure. The prisoners were taken for interrogation. They were first of all given some pills, some medicine for days, hours. They didn't even know whether it was day or night because of all the psychological pills that they were given, psychedelic pills that they were given. So the head of the prison was showing them to us. They were saying that they were giving such pills to these individuals. They were given these pills because they would be treated in a manner that they would not object later on. They would not have the capability to object afterwards. So the one in charge in prison explained to the inspectors that they were controlling the situation and they could go back and report that the situation in the city has been under control and everything is wrapped up. So the prisoners were in prison. The camera came down from the top of the cell onto the face of the prisoner. The prisoner had a door behind them. They were being monitored. And they were asked to to get blindfolded, and when they were blindfolded, the camera went up to the ceiling, and then the prisoner was guided to go out backwards. They went out of the prison, and they had to put their hands out of the prison, and from a rectangular hole, they were being handcuffed, and then they were also being the chain was being put around their legs as well. These were things that we could see, and this was the treatment that the prisoners received after they were taken to other rooms. And the head was explaining that there was a recorder in those rooms, and there were some recorders that just broadcast the sound of torture. That is to say, the sound of their families were being reconstructed, that they were being tortured, and they were being told and threatened that we will bring your family, your fathers and mothers here for torture. And some of them had even been summoned. Some of the fathers of some of these individuals had even been summoned. And even the families of those who were killed were asked to pay for the price of the bullet and also the burial. So their parents were also being summoned and taken to the prison. So they came there, and they were suppressed. They were also given some medicine, psychedelic medicine, some other depression medicine, and their case was being built up, and then they were sent to the Public and Revolution Court. And there were another group that, according to the interrogators and the interrogation team, they were the individuals who were trying to be bullies. There were people who were not ready to confess. They were resisting. So they were being taken to the suite, and they were told that they were being taken to a suite so that they will get calm and to repent and to become good individuals. So they were taken to a lobby which was black. The picture of the individual was there, and they were reading Quran, and they were distributing date. That is to say, they were trying to show that the individual is going through his own funeral. So when he went through the lobby, through the corridor, Quran was being recited, everywhere was black, and they showed his burial place, which was red, as if his blood was shed. And after this black area, they were taken to the suite. Suite is a black environment similar to a gravestone. And in that suite, they were being kept as if they had died. So the suite was like a graveyard. They were kept in the suite until they confessed. Some of them were just students, university students. Some of them were educated individuals. And those who are being monitored in these areas were being told that they were very simple individuals. After these developments, they were taken to prison for a while, and then afterwards they had all become mentally ill, and they could not make any progress in their lessons, and they were in a very dark situation afterwards. So this was the other group that I wanted to talk about. All together, based on the written order of the higher ranking officials and also the guidance of the religious authorities and also security and intelligence officers, these individuals, the authorities were able to control the riots in such a form. And this was the general information that I had received. It has been 2 years since the developments. Maybe I have forgotten some of the details now. But this is not something that I would ever forget until the last day of my life. Even after my death, I don't think that I will forget these days. If you have any questions now, I'm at your service.
And can you tell the tribunal whether any of the prisoners died as a result of medications that were given to them during their arrest and detention?
بله.
Yes. The same day that we went there, there was an ambulance and two bodies they brought up, and we said, why did they die? And they said they have taken tablets called the mescaline tablets. They even showed us, and they had a cardiac arrest, and the ambulance had brought them. At least two of them we saw.
You also spoke to some of the military commanders during your meetings with them. Can you tell the tribunal what they mentioned to you about the peoples that they have killed?
They considered them to be rioters, and because they believed that they have a particular ideology and they knew that they would be supported judicially, they talked about it as a good memory, as a badge of honor. One would say, for example, I shot somebody who was on a motorcycle, and then it was announced that he was dead, or I shot them with a Colt or by a Kalashnikov at close range, and these are the things that they were recounting.
Can you explain that in situations like this, who would be making the decisions for the order of shoot to kill? Would it be at the local level, or at the higher level, or at the leaders level? And if so, whether the local authorities have any right or chance to veto the order of shoot to kill?
No. The local authorities had no powers of their own. And even if you are the commanders of the Revolutionary Guards, they would want to do it even more determinedly. The orders would come from Tehran. Some forces came from Tehran too. They had the orders directly from Tehran to shoot, and the people in charge in our city, in order to prove that they served the masters in Tehran, they would do it even more vigilantly.
Were you informed that who in Tehran had issued the order to shoot to kill?
Yes. there were two people who had issued the orders very determinedly, and the orders were so strict that that person and the religious agents that I was in contact with them, they said, hopefully we are not going to have a ceasefire, we are going to shed blood.
The tribunal may have further questions for you.
Good afternoon, witness. I have a couple of questions to follow up on those that Mr. Sabi just asked, and I hope we don't repeat, but I will try not to. I'm wondering if you could go back to what I found to be a statement worth understanding more deeply. You said that one of the things that triggered the protests, if I understand you correctly, was a statement by Khomeini saying, "I'm not an expert," and that led to the riots and banks being burned. Can you explain the context of that? What he meant by "I'm not an expert," why that would trigger this eruption?
بله.
Yes, he, among the high-ranking officials of the country, and the people expected him to come and support them. And he said, I have no expertise with regard to petrol or whether the price goes up or comes down. And I will delegate this to the head of the executive power. And that's what happened. Also, the president said he was not aware of it. And the leaders said, I am not an expert. And this provoked people. And people got upset and they said to themselves, well, nobody is supporting us. The people in charge are not supporting us. So they came to the streets. And when they were encountered in a very decisive manner, things got worse. And everything became blood-stained, and the situation became worse. Because if Mr. Khamenei had given a proper view and he had solved the problem, none of this would have happened.
Excuse me. And then you said that the locals would not have had any power on their own to use force against peaceful protesters or protesters, that this would definitely come from a higher command. Am I correct in that? That's a correct statement.
Yes.
And so in that...
Yes, an order should come from higher ups, and when it comes, they like to show off. And they implemented very diligently. They were after receiving the order and to encounter people with much determination. We have a proverb in Persian. The Iranians say, if they said, for example, bring me a head and arm, the person would go and bring the arm and the head together. That's to say that they gave a very definitive order, and the ones who were supposed to implement it implemented even more diligently. So there was a lot of blood.
And in this case, where did that definite order come from, if you know, when it was issued? You mentioned the Tehran Special Unit. Did the order come from there, if you know?
Yes, I know that, but I prefer not to state it here. If it would be a private place, perhaps after this meeting I would say it, but not here.
Okay, that's completely understandable, and I thank you for clarifying that. I have really one other question regarding this. My understanding is that the use of force, in particular the use of potentially lethal force, could only occur if there was a certain level of violence occurring in the street already. In other words, that peaceful protests would never be a forum for the use of force. In this context, is it your understanding that even though protests were, for the most part, peaceful, that an order for the use of force came anyway, as a means to control those protests regardless of whether they were peaceful or not?
نگاه کن.
Look, what we have to consider is this. I'm going to tell you something now. On that Saturday, before internet was cut off, I was going home, and I could see people here and there, and I could see that the roads were blocked. I, for example, would say I want to go to school and bring my child home, and they didn't care who I was as a citizen. They would open the door, they would unblock it so that I would go to school and bring the child. So they would observe that if somebody had a problem, they would make sure that they would not block them. When Mr. Khamenei said what he said, and among the security people, they say if Agha, the leader, doesn't say this and that, they wouldn't do this and that. So when he said something, many of these people had to implement it. If they had not done it, then for small authorities, and I'm not even saying authorities, soldiers, even captains, sergeants, it would create problems for them if they would not implement it. So the lower level authorities, provincial authorities, local authorities, they would have to do it. And in Tehran, the higher authorities, that's to say the authorities in the Ministry of Justice and the others, they would make them do it, and for them to prove themselves, they would do it.
So is it fair to say then that on the local level, given the situation that you've just described, that local authorities, whether they're looking at some small level of violence or they're looking at a peaceful protest, would feel in these circumstances they had to carry out that order? They did not have the discretion to do anything other than that.
Well, their discretion would be that, for example, not to give tablets to people. The discretion would be not to torture people so much. They ordered it and they performed the order.
I was thinking particularly...
See why? Do you know why? Because, Madam Judge, you have to consider something. When we talk about Sharia proof or order, when it comes to you, these things happen, and they don't feel any guilt. That's to say, no matter what cruelty, they will perform it. That jurisprudent, the Sharia person, he said, don't restrain yourselves. And he was at the provincial level, he said, we are going to shed blood. You have to think about this. That's to say, he said, we don't want a ceasefire. When you want a ceasefire, okay, you have plastic bullets, you don't do it, or you do it. When you say shed blood, it means shed blood. Go kill people.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you for your testimony. I just have a few points for clarification. In the statement that we received from you before today, one of the things that you mentioned is that because the police were overwhelmed with respect to taking care of the protest, that a few hundred people were taken onto the streets to help suppress the protests. And these people were brought out from the jails. Is this something that you can elaborate on? Perhaps you can clarify.
Yes. These were people who had long-term prison sentences, and they would have Islamic mercy on them, and they would enter society, and they will keep them for a day that would need them. And that's what happened. They brought them to the streets and called them the militia, the Basij, but they were plain clothes, in plain clothes. And they had knives, they had chains, and they started injuring people. And that's to say that any place that the police could not do their job, they would come and help the police, and they would injure people and they would beat people.
Thank you. And did the order to use these people come from the local police, or was this also something which came from Central, from Tehran?
It came from Tehran and Qom. They came from Tehran and Qom. That's to say, through religious clergy, the Ayatollahs, and these are people the thugs, who surround the clergy in their meetings, and these are the people who beat people with their chains and injure them with their knives.
And to your knowledge, was this practice used in other places beyond your city? You may not know, but if you do know, please explain.
Yes.
And
it was also done in one of the big cities.
Thank you.
That's to say, the people I know in that city told me those who would surround the clergy, and they were in the security forces and were participating in different cities in Isfahan and Mashhad, they also did the same in those places.
Thank you. And I have one final question, and it regards your very detailed account of ill treatment of detainees. Clearly, we understand you cannot indicate who was in charge of the prison, because that would perhaps reveal the location. But are you able to confirm, was this a prison that was run by the IRGC, by the intelligence, or another body, or was it a police cell? Can you clarify the nature of the prison and who was in charge in terms of institution?
Yes. The detention centers that we went and we inspected, the intelligence forces in Iran, they are not like the United States, where you see CIA is involved or MI6 is involved. We went to a detention center. It was a detention center from the Ministry of Intelligence, a little bit of I talked about it, and from the command center we could see what kind of interrogation they had, and also also the IRGC. They have such a detention center in our city. I went to 3 of them. There are 3 of them, but the detention center of the police force, of course, we found out later on that they changed the lists, and they had taken some bribes from the families, and they had released some of the protesters, very few of them. But as far as the detention center of the Ministry of Intelligence is concerned, it was very, very strict, and the worst one was the detention center of the IRGC, which is a very horrifying, fearful detention center. Therefore, in our city, we have 3 kinds of them, and in some other cities.
Thank you. And in terms of the ill treatment that you described, was that the IRGC center or was that the police-run center? Just to be clear.
بله.
Could you please repeat your question from the beginning again?
Yes, of course. I just wanted to be absolutely clear for the description of ill treatment that you gave. Was that describing a police detention center or an IRGC detention center? Just so we are clear.
نه.
Intelligence service. The intelligence service has a detention center, and that was the place that I talked about.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a number of questions to ask you. I'll try not to reveal your identity. I'll try and help you as much as you can. But you sound like an intelligent person, and I'd like you to help yourself too, and tell me when you think the questions are coming close to bad things. Do you understand that? And can we try and help each other that way?
بله.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, you sound like a person with some education. If without disclosing your identity, unless you have a very special level of education or something, can you tell us what your educational level is, more or less?
I have a master's degree, and I'm studying at the PhD level.
At the what level?
PhD level.
PhD level. All right. And are you advanced in your studies there, in that degree? The way. See, there are lots of different kinds of PhD. I'm trying to understand whether you have an understanding of philosophy, because these days they call all kinds of things PhD. They call some low degrees PhD things too for some reason. So broadly, do you have an understanding, because you're matriculated and you're a university person, of philosophy and religious philosophy?
بله.
Yes.
Thank you very much. That's very useful. Now, and of course, in every part of the world.
Is there a need for me to explain in this respect or not?
Is there any?
Is there a need for me to explain any further in this respect?
No. That answer is enough for me. And if I want more information, I will ask you. So far, so good. Say as little as you need to, and I will ask you a little more if necessary. All right? So I accept that you understand religious philosophy. And my understanding is, and there's a debate about this, that there is a close relationship always between, or almost always, between religious philosophy and political philosophy. Do you have that understanding, or do you think religious philosophy is something different? I just want to know where you come from.
من درکم اینه که
My understanding is that these two are different.
All right. We'll come back to that in a little while. Okay.
Understanding is that those who had written the religious books had no place in politics and they were away, far from politics. But at present, we see that the philosophical books that are being taught at universities are, in fact, a critique, a philosophical critique of Ayatollah Mesbah Yazdi, or they are a philosophical critique of Western politics. And the philosophy that is being taught at our universities is in this line today.
Okay. So
these are the books that we receive. Ayatollah Mesbah books are being taught, and Ayatollah Mesbah Yazdi also is a critique of Western philosophy. Do you want me to explain any further in this respect?
So far, so good. These questions might tire you out a little because they're going to be hard questions. Just tell me if they do, all right? So as I understand you, what you are saying is that religious philosophy and political philosophy should be separate, but that in practice sometimes you think they get mixed up a little. Do I understand you properly on that?
بله.
Yes. This is because of the general policies of the establishment.
Yes. Yes, sir.
And in the educational courses that we receive, because of the general policies of the establishment, and because some religious authorities extract some verses from the Quran.
Yes.
And
okay. So let's just get a little bit practical for a moment before I get to more theory. So there is an Imam Jummeh at every mosque in every city.
Excuse me. The connection with the witness was cut off.
Oh, right.
I'm afraid. Are we trying to get him back? Also, the detailed questions may lead some members of the government to start thinking about the identity of the witness. So if we can avoid getting into detailed questions.
I'm just asking theoretical questions now. Now, I will make absolutely certain that what I ask him has no application to his city and himself personally. I can tell you now that what I need to have an understanding of...
The witness is back.
Witness is back. All right. Okay, so we have an understanding that if ever you are afraid that your identity must come out, you will say so immediately and there'll be no hard feelings, right?
بله.
Okay.
Okay.
سوال قبلی
In response to your previous question remained unfinished. Is there any need for me to respond?
No, I didn't hear your answer, so let's just go into it again. Let me repeat it so there's no misunderstanding. So is there, in terms of structure, there is an Imam Jummeh in every large city, more or less?
بله.
Yes, we do. Even in the villages, townships, we have a Friday prayer leader.
Now, is there a hierarchy of Imam Jummeh? Senior ones, junior ones, some people that are listened to more, other people are listened to less. And if there is such a hierarchy, can you just explain that to us? I want to understand where. I'm not interested in your boss in particular. If your boss has something special, I don't want to know. I want to know about generally, where does an Imam Jummeh sit?
Country.
Yeah.
In Iran, the supreme leader is on the top.
Right.
And he has a representative in every province. The representative of the supreme leader is being appointed directly by the supreme leader. So he would be his authorized representative. Alam al-Huda, for example, in Mashhad is one of them. In other cities, like,
sorry.
For example,
Just hold on there a minute. Because hold on a second. If you go too fast, it'll be a bit too difficult for us to. So I understand then that there are lots of. What is the title now of the second level? I understand. Leader 1, that's the big boss, right? That is now at the level that is a supreme leader.
Supreme leader and the heads of the 3 branches of government would be on the top. In the provinces, the representative of the supreme leader would be at the second level, and the governor who represents the president, they will become the second rate at every province. But in the country, the second rate individuals are mainly the national security leaders, the IRGC commanders.
No, we'll come back to those. Let us first just get over these structures because one needs to understand them. What are the leaders at the provincial level called? I know that the political ones are governors, and as I understand it, side by side with governors, somebody else, a religious person works, there's a head there. What is the title of that religious leader?
The religious authorities working in the governor's office, are you talking about?
I'm talking about the title of the leader of the province.
Are you talking about the religious leaders who are working in the provincial level?
Yes. In other words, the second in command of the supreme leader. Shall I start again?
It is the IRGC commander and it is the prosecutor general of the province, but the representative of the supreme leader is on the top in every province.
Right. Now, what is he called? What is the name given to that office?
It is called the Office of the Representative of the Supreme Leader. That's the name that is being used in every province. They even have a sign. On the sign it is written the Office of the Representative of the Supreme Leader.
Okay. Then the next question I have to ask you is, are all these people, the various leaders in the province, the representative of the Supreme Leader and the others you mentioned, are they equal, or is one more powerful than another generally?
Well, in every province, the representative of the Supreme Leader is on the top, has the greatest power. But we see that the IRGC commanders have a great influence and control over the representative of the Supreme Leader. So the IRGC commanders' influence is much on the Supreme Leader's representative is much greater than the army commander. The army commander does not have any influence over the Supreme Leader representative, but the IRGC does have great influence. They plan, they sit together with the Friday player leader, and they decide that it is necessary to bring some people, for example, with in such and such format to here, and they plan and they implement.
Okay. So as I understand you, then we got to where I wanted to get to at last. The Friday prayer leader, let's call him that for now. Many of those. Now, are they the next level? It is Supreme Leader, that's level 1. Level 2, representative of the Supreme Leader in the province. Now, do the Friday religious leaders, do they represent level 3, or are they at an even lower level than that?
No.
No, the leader of the Friday prayer is the same person as the representative of the leader. He is the one who comes and talks. He also gives the policy, etc. Of course, I have to add something. At times, the texts are prepared and they come from Tehran, and it comes to the representative of the leader. He revises it, he edits it, and it's going to be presented during the Friday prayer.
Okay.
That's to say that the general policies of the establishment are disseminated during the Friday prayer.
All right. Now, are there meetings between, as part of the administration, would there be regular meetings between the Supreme Leader and his representatives?
Yes. Yes. Because the representatives of the leader are also among the elite, and they give annual reports, they give monthly reports, and also a few times during the year they meet the leader. And when at times when the situation worsens in the provinces, they can go and meet the leader without an appointment, and they can receive the religious order from him.
So is it true to say that, generally speaking, nothing is done without the consent of the leader? So let me put the question to you another way. You see, I had a leader in my day, and I understood my leader, and I knew what was okay with him and what was not okay with him. Now, when I have a problem and I'm not sure, then I must make sure I go to my leader to find out what I must do if there's going to be trouble, because I know that if I do something my leader doesn't like, there's going to be trouble. So whenever I'm uncertain, I go there and check, so that I don't do anything except with the consent of my leader. Would that be the same in the relationship between the Friday mosque leader in the cities and the Supreme Leader?
Not in the mosque, but
no.
the Friday prayer, yes.
Yeah.
That's to say that orders come from Tehran, general policies come from Tehran, and they are repeated during the Friday prayer, and a week later, a month later, the same is communicated to the mosques. if it is needed, they will be communicated to the mosque. But the general policies come from Tehran, from the capital, to the cities, and what the leader says is repeated there, and it's done there.
Okay. Now let's go a little bit further into it, if I may. And that is that when these protests began, there were protests from what you would do, and I suppose any person in the office of any representative mosque person would know. So I'm not asking you anything special. You would have known that there are protests arising out of what happened, not only in your city, but in many other cities. Would that be right?
Everything was known. That's to say that you don't even have to go to the offices of the IRGC, because even the shopkeepers had closed down and had gone home because they said we are going to have riots and the rioters are going to come to our shops.
So it was general knowledge.
Probably.
So that was the knowledge. We lost him. Let's see if we can wait for him to come back. Is it okay? I need a bit more time.
ضعیف تو ایران و قطع
Sorry, the internet is not strong enough in Iran, so we are interrupted. If you could ask your question again, I will be grateful.
Microphone. Oh, sorry. I'm sure that the internet in my country is much worse than in yours, but let's not go there. We have to cope with it and see what we can do. So you say it was generally known, it was general knowledge of everybody that these protests were happening, and you'd go so far as to say that anybody who says that they didn't know by the first day that protests were happening all over would, in your opinion, not be speaking the truth. Would that be right?
Look, what I am saying is that people knew that there would be a protest in that connection, and they were after finishing them peacefully. But nobody knew better, that's to say, those who had experience, whether they were police force or the security force or the ones who had come from Tehran, those people knew how they would end. But people, the ordinary people, didn't know. They thought that 2 or 3 days they would be on the streets, they would back off from the decision, there would be no rise in the price of petrol, and it will finish. But those who had come from Tehran and those forces, they knew what would happen. So that's why people were caught. They did not expect it.
So would the Supreme Leader and the representatives of the Supreme Leader in the country, as you understood it, they would have known how it was going to go, because if I understand your evidence properly, the response would not have been different. One response in place A, another response in place B. What happened?
They knew one thing. they knew one thing, that would finish it off at any price, and they were not afraid of the price. And what I told you, it was not to be a ceasefire, it had to be blood which was going to be shed.
No, I understand that. I'm asking you something slightly different, that I understand well. Was that general policy throughout Iran, or was it the policy particularly in your area as you understood it from the relationships?
No.
No, the general policies, as I submitted to you, in a province like Khorasan or the province of Isfahan or the other provinces was the same. That's to say, the general trend was the same. And perhaps in our city was one a little bit harsher or more serious, and perhaps a more determined the order had been issued for our city.
Okay, and would it have been an unimportant matter, or in your opinion, you think it was important enough to have been discussed at meetings between the supreme leader and the provincial representatives?
No.
No, I cannot respond to this question, no.
Okay, no, I think I understand. Oh, what happened?
This is not something that I exactly know. I don't know what kind of a response you're pursuing, but
all right.
I have previously given a response to this question. If it is very necessary, perhaps privately I can provide an answer to this.
No, don't worry, it's fine. It's fine. Your answer speaks for itself, and I personally am very comfortable with it. So that is fine. Let's go back to the safer topic of religious philosophy for a moment. There is a religious philosophy in which there is the thinking, and there are many places like that. Some places that I lived in years ago were like that too, that if you dispute what the leader says and does, a religious leader says and does, it is like going against God. It is against the religion, because the leader is a representative of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala on this earth. Is that right? That is so. That the leader is supposed to be the representative.
I was telling you that in Quran it says that you have to obey God and His Prophet and the Imams, the Immaculate Imams, and those who are in command. And when we say mankum, it means the leader. So this is something that is also taught in all the high school books. That's to say, this is taught. But I have to tell you something.
Yes.
You are talking about a religious we are talking about political philosophy,
yes.
And vis-a-vis that, we have also the Sharia philosophy, yes. And at times the two are in contradiction. When we talk about the political jurisprudence, we have judicial jurisprudence, it always overcomes the political philosophy.
All right. So is it possible? I understand it, and I think it makes sense to all of us, but if you can demonstrate just by one example, however theoretical the example is, it doesn't have to relate to you, but show it to us with one example so that we understand it concretely, if you know what I mean.
An example in what connection? In the verse of the Quran that I just recited, or?
Yeah, no, a practical example of what you mentioned about the relationship between political philosophy and religious philosophy. That to some extent there is this interrelationship which can be complicated, as I understand you. And I wondered whether you would give us one example of this as insofar as it pertains to Iran, if that is possible, without exposing yourself.
I will give you an example from before the revolution.
Yes.
From before the revolution.
Right.
The encounter of Dr. Mossadegh, who was a member of the National Front, with Ayatollah Kashani and those surrounding him. The ones close to him, and the documents that still exist talk about the coup that happened and the riffraffs who were around Ayatollah Kashani acted, and Mossadegh was under house arrest. And after the revolution, you can see what is happening. You see Bani Saab, you see Dr. Kadi Var, you see Mousavi, who is under house arrest, etc., etc.
Okay, I'm sorry, but we need to leave the safety of theory for a little and talk about reality. A person in your position, and you mustn't talk about yourself, please, a person in your position in the office of the Ayatollah, and I want you to disregard the fact that you are related to him. We'll come back to that later if that has an impact on it. But generally, a person in your position, what would the duties of such a person be? And I am more particularly interested in, was it part of that duty to go to the jails? Was it part of that duty to talk to, generally now, not with you, everybody else, was it part of that duty to talk to people, to find out what's happening, and so on and so on? In very general terms, what are those duties and responsibilities?
This question of yours, I explained it regarding the responsibilities, the duties. I talked about the fact that these people at times go to the security forces places or military places and to report the shortcomings. The shortcomings that I am talking about are not the shortcomings which are contradictory to the Charter of the UN. No, these are the shortcomings as compared to the Islamic Sharia. And if there is any shortcoming, any inconsistency, then it has to be communicated to the Imam Jum'eh. And then it will go to the capital, and then he will be notified that he has to improve them and correct them, and if not, he's going to be discarded from his position. That's to say, when you go to inspect the the detention centers, prisons, etc., they have to be conducted and run in accordance with the Islamic Sharia. That has to say they have to recite the Quran, they have to say the prayers or any other trend. That trend has to be followed. This has nothing to do with the UN Charter of Human Rights, etc., etc. We are dealing with the Islamic Sharia, which for them is beyond and much higher up than the UN Charter and the Geneva Convention and all of that.
I understand that completely. Believe it or not, there was a time when I thought that as well. But let's go a little bit further. So it would have been part of the duty of a person like that. And you were just one of a number of people who did this job. It'd be part of the duty to get as much information as possible, and that's not a bad thing, and communicate it in the performance of your duty. And in the process of that duty, I suppose you would be told what the decisions have been from, excuse me, you would have been told, because it's a two-way thing, right? You tell, not you, let's say the person working in the office of the representative must tell the representative all that the representative needs to know. But it is not a one-way communication, because the representative then tells the person working in the office what they need to know, what the policies are, and so on, so that you can, the office person, the worker can report back to the Jome person in relation to what the policies are, what the situation is. Have I got it sort of right?
Nah.
No.
Mm-hmm.
As an employee, consultant, or whoever who is working in the office, close or far, we cannot express opinion. We are just asked to go and take a look to see whether this work has been done or not. If it has been done, we say it has been done. If it has not been done, we say it has not been done. We cannot say that this part was done properly, this part was not. If an order has been issued from Tehran, they should just go and see whether it has been implemented or not. The other people, we should just see whether it has been implemented or not. And there is no consultancy, there is no expression of opinion, because if we express any opinion, then we will be sacked.
Okay, but that's fine. I understand that completely. I put my question badly. Let me put it a bit differently. The orders that existed in relation to the protest were known to you. And if that is yes, I'm sure it is, that you knew about what the orders were. And what you've been telling us about are the orders you knew about in the performance of your job. Am I right about that?
Bale.
Yes.
Right. Thank you very, very much. You have been extremely cooperative, and thank you for being patient with me. It's very difficult to explain how helpful you have been. Thank you.
Bash. I had a few questions. I can't guarantee that they will be as philosophically invigorating as the last exchange we had, but I'll try my best. I think I just wanted to clarify a couple of things that you said that I found really interesting. You mentioned in your early account that the actions that were taken were based on a written order. Are you able to provide any details of what you meant by that? Was it a written order that was sent down from Tehran, or was it a written order at the provincial level? Just a little bit more detail, and that would help me understand a little bit the chain of command. And I might ask one further question, if I may, within the same realm. perhaps you can help me understand a little bit better the relationship between the Provincial National Security Council, which I believe you attended the meeting of on the Sunday, and where that fits in within the structure that we're trying to understand a little bit better, and what that order showing up at that meeting meant, just so I understand a bit more the structure.
The order was in written form. It had come from Tehran. That was because the city was out of the control of its authorities and officials. So an individual brought this order in writing personally, and he said that you should implement this order and I will help too.
And this person brought it to the meeting you were referencing on the Sunday?
Yes.
Thank you. At another part of your testimony, you mentioned that things escalated very quickly, or I think you used the word erupted very quickly on Saturday. And you mentioned within that explanation that there was a burning of the banks. Are you able to provide a little bit more detail on that and how that escalation happened?
On Saturday, no place was burned. The burning started on Sunday after Ayatollah Khamenei made his statements. On Sunday, from 10 to 11 in the morning, the burning started. Ayatollah Khamenei made a statement, and afterwards everywhere was burnt down. The petrol stations, banks, and many other places were burnt down.
And what is your understanding for the reason for that? Maybe I'll be clearer. Why were those particular institutions targeted?
The places were burned were, for example, the banks. Well, nobody was shooting from the banks, so they burnt it down. It was easy to burn. But it was difficult to burn down, for example, the Basij Center or the IRGC centers, because they knew that the people would be killed from behind those doors. And the people inside those centers would have defended themselves, but the petrol stations were defenseless. The banks were defenseless. There were no officials inside, no persons inside to defend them. That's why people burnt those places down.
That's very helpful, thank you. And one final question. You gave a very detailed and clear description of the prisons. I just wanted to clarify, because you do say that you visited the prisons, but the descriptions you gave, were those based on things you saw, or were they based on conversations you had?
As I already mentioned, we went to a prison, and from the command room of the prison, we could see what was happening. We were seeing the corridors from the command room. We could see everywhere through the command room. There were camera monitors there, and the prison warden was explaining everything to us. We were only present in the command room of the prison center.
Thank you very much.
Could I pick up on a couple of issues to do with the burning? First of all, apart from banks, was anything else burnt?
خب
petrol stations, banks, police, weak police stations were being burnt down. Some of the religious centers were also being somehow affected. Or apart from the police stations and the petrol stations, there were some religious centers that were also affected.
Thank you. And in relation to the places that were being burnt, you made the point about the banks that there was nobody inside who could shoot back, and therefore they were effectively a soft target. But the places that were being burnt down, were there people inside them who were unarmed? Was there anybody inside them, or were they empty?
Well, there were the bank employees in the banks. They were unarmed and they have filed complaints. I know that there had been some complaints that have been lodged by these employees before the courts. Their legal department has lodged some such complaints. Apart from the banks being burnt down, it has been said that the employees were there, and they were saying that, and the employees were told that if you're there, close the doors so that nobody would be able to come in. But since they saw that the banks were being burnt down, they left from the back door. And banks have two doors usually, a bank towards outside where the people went in, and since the bank employees saw that the situation was so aggravated, they just left from the back door and got on their cars and went away.
So as far as you're aware, everyone escaped out of the burning buildings. There was nothing to stop them leaving? The protesters didn't stop them?
The question that you're asking me is a bit revealing. I cannot explain. I cannot respond.
Well, just let me stop you. I'm not concerned with your area particularly, just what your general knowledge is about whether the protesters were targeting the people inside the bank, inside the petrol stations, or they were targeting the property. That's really the question.
Only state properties. If there were two cars, a private car and a police car, they would only have burnt down the police car. The people wouldn't have burnt the private car.
My question's a bit different to that. Were the protesters targeting the buildings, the vehicles, or were they also targeting the people within the buildings or within the vehicles? Was it just property or was it people?
No, mostly they were targeting property. But there were some cases that some individuals were also attacked. But it was very rare. They were not badly affected, at least.
And in relation to the shoot-to-kill policy, just so that we can understand this a bit more, what did the shoot-to-kill policy say? Was it, I mean, because there's various ways in which a shoot-to-kill policy could be initiated or implemented. What was the point of the shoot-to-kill policy, first of all? What was the overall objective, as you understood it?
They were trying to calm down the situation. So they believed that there was a religious duty to protect the establishment. So based on the state order, and the state order can only be issued by the supreme leader. So it was a religious duty. The establishment was endangered, and therefore everybody had a duty to stand against the enemy. And even if the enemy and even if we use our lives against the enemy, if we lose our life, we would be martyrs. And therefore, there was a religious order behind the order.
The essential idea was to clear the streets. Was that the essential idea?
Yes. To calm down the situation.
Do you know if there was any specifics of that order, i.e., was there a general decision about what the best tactic was, other than to shoot people and kill them? Was anybody targeted in particular? Was there a plan beyond that broad order?
No.
No. At any price, at the fastest format possible, and in the shortest period of time, it was ordered to wrap up the situation. If you want to do such a thing in the shortest period of time and to calm down the situation, well, the cost for the people would increase.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I think that's all the questions from the panel. Has Council any remaining questions?
No further questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witness, for coming and testifying. I think your evidence has taken a long time and it's been very useful, and we really appreciate the effort you've taken to give evidence. So thank you very much. Council, do we have anything further?
We have one more witness, Mr. Chairman. It's witness number 32, our last witness for today.
Thank you.
You will find the witness evidence at page 408 in the supplemental book. Is the witness available? Is the witness available? Thank you. The witness is the sister of the victim who was shot by Basij force on Sunday, 17th November. At the time, the victim was only 24 years old. It took a week before the body of the victim was released. The witness and her family have been harassed by the security forces all this time. Witness 32, can you please repeat the words that the chairman would ask you to mention about your testimony?
Yes, I can.
Madam Witness, if you just repeat after me, please. I solemnly declare that I will speak the truth.
I solemnly declare to say the truth.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
The whole truth and not to say anything but the truth.
Okay, if you'd wait there now, there'll be some questions from Council, Mr. Sabi, followed by questions from the panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you please explain to the tribunal the circumstances of your brothers being shot?
Yes, on a Friday night, my brother realized that the price of petrol had risen. He went to the... I'm sorry, there is a lot of paper being shuffled. We cannot hear what she's saying. And he, like many other protesters, wanted to seek redress for his rights. And my brother... my brother, I can testify that he had no weapon, and on Sunday, my brother left the house and he never returned. And at night, we were informed that my brother had been shot and he has been taken to a hospital. And we never saw my brother again. I saw it myself, that they said that they took him to the operating room, but he never was taken to the operating room, and I had asked to see my brother. I saw my brother, and afterwards they did not deliver the body to us for 2 weeks. We really were feeling very ill because they had killed our brother, and still they were not giving us the body. My father was extremely depressed. He was going from here to there to find my brother, and he could not find the body. After the passage of 5 days, the body was found, and they said they are not going to deliver it until the 2nd of Aban. Afterwards, they delivered the body of my brother, and I am sorry, there is so much static on the line that we can hardly hear her. My brother was 25 years old.
Excuse me. There is static on your microphone. Are you moving something because the interpreters cannot hear you properly? Can you put your device in a stationary position so the noise is cut off? Can you please repeat what you just said? Only the last part.
الان صدای من خوبه؟
بله. Yes.
گفتم برای
I was saying that my brother was 25 years old, and in his own country, all that he received and he was entitled to was a bullet. What was his crime? For what sin they kill him? After the death of my brother, my mother has gotten ill. She cannot cope with it. My father has gotten ill, and if I am here now, it's only because I want to seek justice for the blood of my brother, because because he always used to say that our rights should not be trampled upon. And therefore I am here not to let his rights to be trampled upon. If I have not introduced myself, if you cannot see my face, it's only because there is so much security pressure on us. My family is threatened to be killed, not to let us live, etc. And therefore, I cannot introduce myself and show myself. Nevertheless, under all these conditions, I am not going to be silent. I want to know why they killed my brother. And my father, after his death, used to go to all the courts. He lodged complaints against different organs. And now, after the passage of 2 years, no response has been given to my father. And after a year and a half, when the report came, it said that it's the Basij that killed him, and you have no right to pursue the matter at all. What it means is that we killed him, and we had the right to do that. And when he was at the beginning, he was pursuing it in courts. They were telling him that if he persisted, they would also arrest him, meaning my father. Now 2 years has passed from the death of my brother, and further to the fact that we have lost our loved one, and the hope of my father has been lost. We are being persecuted all the time. We are in fear all the time. What have we done? Nothing. It's them who have killed our young loved one. And what else do they want? And the only thing that we want, and the only thing that we are suffering from now is that we are condemned to silence. We cannot seek justice. We cannot defend the rights of my brother. We cannot defend the rights of all those who were killed. My brother was somebody who had not hurt anybody. He was a very kind person. He was a very warm person. He used to help everybody and anybody. My brother was not entitled to receive a bullet, especially in his own country. Not only his life was taken away from him, but also the life of the others have been taken away from them. And after the death of my brother, we are not living. Really, we are not living. We are stuck in Aban of 1398.
Thank you. You have submitted some documents to the tribunal regarding the death of your brother, including the autopsy report. Can we have the autopsy report on display? While they're going to put that on the display, can you tell the tribunal what was, according to the autopsy report, the cause of the death of your brother?
My brother had received a bullet in his stomach, and the reason for death was excessive bleeding. My brother had no other physical problems. The only reason for his death was excessive bleeding, and the fact that they did not show him enough care when he was shot. They also started shooting everybody around him, so that nobody around him could actually lift him from the street. He was in the rain. He stayed in the rain for 1 hour, and nobody lifted him to take him to the hospital.
Very sorry to hear that. You say that your younger brother was harassed and attacked by the intelligence officers. Can you expand on that and explain how he was attacked and what is the situation now?
He has received threatening messages, and 2 or 3 times they wanted to hit him with a car. They had the intention of killing my brother, and although time passes, they are still threatening him, and my life and the life of the other members of my family are still in danger.
You also mentioned that your father has made a complaint. Can you tell the tribunal which authority the complaint was lodged with?
In the court of the establishment.
Thank you. No further question from counsel. The tribunal may have some questions for you.
Thank you for your testimony. The panel sends you its condolences. I had one question. You mentioned that the Basi killed him, that they said that they killed him. Was that ever confirmed in writing? Or if it was just in a conversation, are you able to give any more details about about that conversation?
When my father was lodging his complaint and was going and coming every day, after a year and a half, we received a definitive ruling. And in writing, they had said that the Basij had killed him, and we have no right to pursue the matter. And those who were there and witnessed it, they said that they saw that the Basij, the militia, killed him, but these people were all attacked afterwards. They were tortured, and they obtained a guarantee from them. And afterwards, when they asked the same people, they said they didn't even know my brother.
Thank you. And perhaps this is a question for counsel, whether that document is in the possession of counsel.
The council has received it, but because it discloses the identity, it's not displayed.
Thank you.
We'll provide you with the original and the translation.
Thank you. And in relation to your other brother, I think, the one who has received additional threats, was he ever charged with anything? Has he received any legal threats?
My brother is a minor. He's not a major legally, so that has not happened yet. But myself, I have been threatened. They have said they will not let me study, they will not let me work.
And are you able to indicate who has given these threats? Not the names of people, but maybe the unit or the type of agency that is responsible for these threats?
Mostly the threats come from the Ministry of Intelligence.
Thank you.
Can I just follow up with this question? How do you know they come from the Ministry of Intelligence? Do they announce where they're from, or is it what you suspect? How do you know?
A number of the members of my family and also close relatives had been taken there. They had been told to be silent, not to talk to the media, otherwise their life will be threatened. And therefore, I conclude that it is the Ministry of Intelligence.
Thank you, Madam. I think there's no more questions from the panel. Counsel?
No more questions.
Thank you very much, Madam, for taking the time and testifying before the tribunal. We appreciate how difficult it must be to speak about such issues and about the unfortunate death of your brother. So thank you.
I am also grateful to you.
That concludes our presentation for today, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. As I understand it, we're coming back at 10 o'clock London time tomorrow.
10 o'clock tomorrow.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much.